Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Hong Kong Invitational. The 16 teams are in position. The bloody battles of the first day reshuffled the standings, and the contestants have gathered once again. First, let's welcome from the Southeast Asia region, CDAL. Through perseverance comes greatness. They define their own future on the battlefield. Let's look forward to their performance today.
Welcome!
Next, let's welcome from PEL, Tianba. Passion overcomes all obstacles. Time and again, they've staged comebacks from adversity. Now it's the time to do it again.
Welcome!
Next, let's welcome from the Southeast Asia region, VD. The flame of passion never dies, and the journey never ends. The time spent waiting will blossom into glory.
Welcome!
Next, let's welcome from the PMHI, DK. A champion team is not judged by a single day's performance. The bullet of victory will hit its mark.
Welcome!
Next, also from PMPS, let's welcome DRX. Their sights are set on the summit and their journey is underway. The Korean powerhouse is awakening.
Welcome!
Now, let's welcome from the PEL, TT. Time tempers their strength, patience hones their edge. Latecomers can still take the lead. Let us wait for their moment.
Welcome!
Next, let's welcome from the PMJL, RC. Every move is carefully prepared. Every step forward brings them closer to the throne.
Welcome!
Next, let's welcome from the Central and South Asia region, APG. A 3-core battleship firing with unmatched accuracy, topping both elimination and damage charts. This is their declaration of supreme skill.
Welcome!
Next, from the Central and South Asia region, TS. A blade unsheathed, striking true, they are the unbreakable spearhead forged in unity.
Welcome! 有请来自美洲
Now let's welcome from the Americas region, Alpha 7. In the name of victory, with blood as their witness, they never yield in the face of adversity.
Welcome! 有请日本
Now
赛区
let's
的
welcome from the PMJL, KN.
无名之师
An
撼动
unknown
强敌
force
版图
shaking the
这就是
established
新锐的
order.
王朝
This
头
is
子
how new contenders make their entrance.
Welcome! 有请美洲赛
Next,
区的
let's welcome from the Americas region, INF.
末局追分
Chasing
攻如
points in
烈
the
火
final rounds,
这支美洲
attacking like
战斗
wildfire.
正
This
撕裂
American
一
spear
切
is
之
tearing
余
through all doubts.
Welcome! 有请来自东南亚
Next,
赛区
let's
的
welcome from the Southeast Asia region, VPE.
步步为营
Advancing
稳扎
steadily,
稳打
consolidating
东南亚
their
的希
wins.
望
The
将
hope
再
for
次
Southeast
点燃
Asia is about to reignite.
Welcome! 接下来，秩序
Next,
破坏者
the disruptors of
格局
order,
重组者
the reforgers
即将
of the game,
踏入赛
are
场
about to take the stage.
首先有请来自
First,
东
let's
南亚赛
welcome
区
from the
首日排名
Southeast
第
Asia
三的
region, ranked third on the first day, BTR.
新人王炸
A lineup of
横空
rising
出世
stars
他们
bursting
实力
onto the
点
scene.
燃伟
They
大
lit
之
up
焰
the Hong Kong night with their skill.
Welcome! 有请来自 PEL 赛
Next,
区首
from
日
the
排名第二
PEL,
的
ranked second on the first
Sanhok
day,
LGD
LGD. Four hearts as one, winning through ingenuity, they proved their fearlessness with every shot.
Welcome!
Next, let's welcome from the PEL, ranked first on the first day, WWCD. The former champions have never given up. They declare to the world, the king is back.
Welcome! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of 2025 Hong Kong Invitational Tournament. I'm the host, Nico. After the few battles of yesterday, there is now a new order on the battlefield. Fearless conquest never ends conquest. Today, which team will see the match point and claim the highest honor? Let's wait and see! 现场及屏幕前的各位特种兵们，大家晚上好，欢迎来到2025香港邀请赛。大家好，我是今天的主持人小游。经过昨日的激烈对抗，战场秩序已经重新洗牌，野心无界，征服不止。今日究竟哪支战队能够接棒赛点，争夺最高荣誉？让我们一起拭目以待。
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The second day is underway of the PUBG Mobile Hong Kong Invitational. My name is Dawood Sandstorm, and it is an honor and a pleasure to be here commentating on these games alongside Neptura. Nep, first day,
Hello.
we had incredible performances from a couple of teams. Specifically, we can talk about Weibo, we can talk about the PEL representatives, because we have two of them in the top 5 right now. And so far, some teams are performing to the levels that we expect, some teams are not. What are we looking forward to coming into day 2 here, Nep?
Much things. Because, look, day number 1 was everything. We had everything. We had so many teams doing different things, so many teams in the top 5 every single game, different winners all the time. It was a roller coaster. Now, you did mention, right, not as many, some teams didn't have as good of a day as others. So day number 2 for these teams, I'm talking kind of 10th place down, you are really going to want to step it up today. We need to see these teams actually do something. Yesterday was fine, you know, it's a really, really difficult lobby. You saw how much chaos ensued over yesterday's 6 games, but we need to see more from those bottom teams. I'm talking Reject, ThunderTalk Gaming, DRX, D+, Voindonkey, Tianba, and Cellcom Digi Alliance, right? Those teams, I mean, CD Alliance got 12 points in 6 games. Guys.
Yeah, I mean, I still remember, I want to say, like, there's a specific game. There's one specific game, I think it may have been 2023, one of the international tournaments in 2023. I remember the location on the map where Alliance was able to just, I think it was PMGC actually, and they needed enough points to qualify for the next stage of the competition. They were able to do that in one of the final games. Like this is a team that was able to reach global finals before. Not specifically the players, I'm talking about the organization here in Alliance. They have a lot of experience and they have been around for quite some time. And seeing them now at the very bottom, looking at this tournament, isn't something that we're used to, and it is a little bit of a surprise. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to adapt coming into today. I mean, you only have 12 points in total. The maximum you manage to secure per one game is 3 points. You have to do a heck of a lot more if you want to compete against the rest of the squads here and the rest of the teams.
It's very true. I mean, we could say the same thing about Tianba or Voindonkey. My big surprises, though, are the 10th through 13th. Now, granted, right, I think we are going to see a lot of those teams down at the bottom simply because the points are so close, right? If you look at D+ in 13th place, they have 23 points. If you look at Alpha 7 in 7th, they have 40. It's very, very close. One game is going to put D+ right back up at the top, right? But to have DRX and D+ sort of struggling a little bit in this lobby is a surprise, considering what we saw from them in PMGC. ThunderTalk Gaming, 27 points on the board. Still fine, an average day, that's whatever, but I think a lot of people were expecting more from them. Same with Reject, same with Alpha Gaming to a certain extent. Alpha Gaming bringing in a lot more points average per game, but still down in 9th place. It's one of those things where you're kind of like, is this because they're not really performing, or is this because the lobby is just so even?
That's the thing, yeah. I'm very inclined to agree with you, because the thing is, when you're looking at ThunderTalk Gaming, you're talking about the PEL champion just under a month ago. It's not like this is a team that doesn't have experience together or anything like that. God, no. So I'm curious. So yeah, is it that the lobby is just so even that they're ending up in the bottom of the leaderboard? I'm not sure. Or maybe just the other teams are doing a lot more research. Maybe they're studying more. I'm not sure. I'm not really aware of what's going on in the background, but what we can see is what's happening in front of us in the games. And honestly, Weibo, time and time again, specifically yesterday, they were able to position themselves in the center of the zone. He mentioned, one of the players, I believe it was Suk, during the interview, did mention that we got lucky a couple of times with the zone. Even though they have a 0-point game, they still have like 4 top 3 finishes out of the 6 games, which is insane to think for that squad. Yeah, they have a 3rd, 2 seconds, and a 1st place. It's looking very, very good for them. 100%. I will say the surprise of yesterday for me was Kinotrope. Not having known much about this team, to come in as they did was really, really fun to see. I'm excited to see what they've got going on in the next few matches. 42 points on the board, tied with Influence Rage. They're 2 points behind 4th place. They're looking very, very good for today. But Sandstorm, I think we need to talk about something that's going to be very, very important in the coming matches. Is today we know what our Smash Zone point threshold is going to be. That is true. We are going to find that out at the end of today. We're finding out more and more about this Smash rule and how this system is how it's being developed, and we are seeing this live, tournament by tournament, thanks to PUBG Mobile, and I absolutely love that. We tried it once in PMGO, gave it a try. Okay, let's try and work on it a little bit, and this time we're testing it where this I want to say at the end of the 2nd day in the 3-day final, we take points of 1st place, we add 30 to those points, and that will be the threshold that teams have to cross. and then you have to get a winner chicken dinner. So let's say that the threshold is 150 points. You are going into game 2 with 149. If you get one elimination, you have 150. You need the chicken dinner in the next game. You have to start a match over that threshold in order for it to count. That's one thing that you have to be very wary of. And the thing is, being the first team to cross that threshold isn't necessarily the best thing. Because then you're going to be the focal point of every single other squad. You're going to be the focus of every other squad because you win, tournament over. Regardless of how many points you have, as long as it's above the threshold, of course, compared to the other teams. Like, maybe a threshold can be at like 100 points, Nep. And you can have like 5 or 6 squads that are at 160, 170, just an example. The maths may not be mathing right now. But they could be at like 160, 170. But a team that has like 101 points gets a chicken dinner and they're first place, and you and your 170 are actually second place.
And this is why it's going to be so interesting, especially with this lobby, what we saw from them yesterday, right? Where you have 58, 47, 46, 44, 42, 42, 40. That's down to 7th place. All those points are individual teams in the top 7. I don't think we're going to see a difference in that, right? I don't think any one of those teams is going to have a bad day today. It's going to be something where we're going to see that just the numbers get bigger, but the gaps not get bigger. They're going to stay the exact same. So when you're talking about a match point or a point threshold system, a smash zone, you're looking at the top 7 all getting to the smash zone very quickly. And then tomorrow we have absolute chaos because anybody could win. If all 7 of those teams are as close as they're going to be, then any one of those teams get a win, the day ends. It's very intense tomorrow. So I'm going to be interested to see how these teams actually have strategized today and how they've decided how today's going to go to affect tomorrow.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about the leaderboard as it stands right now is, like you mentioned, just how close the teams are. One game changes everything in the entire leaderboard. You can have 9th go up to 2nd, 2nd go down to 6th. It's absolutely insane just because of how close they are. And this is one thing that I would advise the teams, as much as you can today, try and stay close to that first place spot. If you are already more than 30 points away, let's say, from first place, then you're going to be 60 points away from that threshold of winning the tournament. But no more talk about leaderboards and statistics and whatnot. We don't want that anymore. What we want is action. That means game number 1 is underway. Match number 7 of the potentially 21 games of the PUBG Mobile Hong Kong Invitational. And this playing path is a little bit more northern for my liking, but yesterday's game we did have a zone favoring Camp Alpha and I believe the Southern Island as well. What's the situation going to be today, and who's going to be the one to come out with a little bit of an advantage in game numero 1? I know that the language of the stream is English, but I have like just a few words. Let me enjoy it.
We're multilingual. It's fine. It's absolutely fine.
When you know 2 languages, but you're horrible in both of them. Bilingual. Mood. Absolute mood. That's me with French. It's just impossible. Yeah, but you know multiple languages, no? Like, you know English, French. You know at least one more, no? Spanish?
I do not know anything fluently.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm hoping. Hold on. I'm hoping you know English fluently, because otherwise, why are you here?
I know English fluently. Yeah, that's the only language I know fluently. Like French, I'm semi-proficient. Let's just put it there. Like semi-proficient at French.
Don't you live in France?
I do.
Okay. Honestly, that's all I wanted to point out. Boys and girls, game number 1. It's gonna be very chill, Sanhok, because at least the teams now know where they're dropping. At least they know what's going on. They tested the waters a little bit in our first game of the day. But I do have to say, I bet the PEL crowd right now is absolutely loving it. Having 2 of their 3 representatives in top 2 spots, that's gonna feel amazing for them. Thunder Talk and Tianba, they have a little bit to make up for. And here's the thing, Tianba was able to recover a lot, I want to say specifically in the final days. Can they do it again?
It's entirely possible. I think we always see from Tianba, like, I know this is a slightly different roster of Tianba than we're used to seeing, but typically as a roster, Tianba tends to be very slow in the first few days, especially when it comes to those globals, and then they really turn up the heat in the last day. So yes, it's a slightly different roster.
That's a problem, no?
The Smash rule is the problem. That is true. That is going to change things. But like as a team, I'm not unused to seeing Tianba this far down and then being top 5 at the end of a day 2 sort of thing. The Smash rule poses a little bit of a problem because now they don't really have that time to work on things or to just kind of evolve in their own time. So they really do have to pick it up. Again, today when you have a Smash rule, it ends up actually kind of being a 2-day final in order to meet that threshold for the 3rd day of finals. So for Tianba, for CD Alliance, and for even Void Donkey, I think if you're under 20 points right now, I think it is going to be a really tough day for you.
It really is, because if your hopes is always to get top 5 by the end of the tournament, I mean, sure, that strategy is going to work, but with the Smash rule, you definitely have to change that up a little bit. And now, one of the teams that we talked about a lot yesterday, they had a strong start, and then they kind of began to fall off, was APG. But the question is, what can APG do in today's games? They are stepping up to the number 2 spot holder in the overall leaderboard in LGD. Tian stepping up with that DBS. DBS versus S12K in the close range. Honestly, I think the one pump from the DBS might be coming out on top on that one, but it looks like APG decide... Oh, this is a surprise. They decide to back off and not take the fight. I mean, here's the thing. You don't really have any knocks. You don't have a lot of any information from what I can tell so far about the exact location of the players from LGD. So it was exceptionally risky for them to make that push. But looks like they're going to try to do it again, just maybe from a different angle. Let's wait and see as we hop on over to the team that surprised us yesterday, honestly, Kinotrope. Incredible start in day 1. They may be in 6th with 42 points, but I am watching them for today.
Yep. Yeah, I am too. I mean, let's be real. 42, they're 5 points behind 2nd place here. They are less than 10 points. No, they're just over 10 points. 15 points behind 1st place. That's how close this lobby is, right? 6th place is 15 points behind 1st. Generally, I'm used to seeing 1st kind of have like a 30-point lead. That is not the case here. So, KN, A7, Team Spirit, APG, if you're above 30 points, you have very, very... I won't say easy, but it's not a hard gap to overcome in the next couple of matches. If you have a really good game, WBG could be, starting to be a little bit more concerned.
Yeah, that they are. And here we have BTR. NEP, and specifically we have Federals, who I believe had 3,000 damage in yesterday's games,
like
along
that,
with 18 eliminations throughout day number 1. He did quite a lot. Like, his impact is insane for his squad, and the fact that they're holding on to the 3rd spot right now, incredible for BTR. And I mentioned this before we started our first day of the competition. I miss seeing BTR at I want to say on top of the world on some level from the very early stages of PUBG Mobile competitions. So now seeing them in a competition like this, in a tournament like this, after day number 1, showing a lot of consistency and battling it out with some of the best in the world. I just want to see that continue on for the rest of the day. And here we go, 6 minutes in. We are going to be getting our first knock and our first elimination finally. And it is going to be going to DRX as they take down Tony K from Vampires. And not the best start for the Thailand representatives as well in Vampires.
I'm going to say this. Guess who was first blood in yesterday's Sanhok game?
I'm going to say Vampire Tony K.
Yeah.
Was it actually? Was it actually?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So 2 for 2. That's got to be some sort of record, right? Should we have a record?
Not a good one. Not a good one.
No,
definitely
but like we should definitely have a trophy for, like, we have MVP and all of that. No one cares about that. We should have a team or a player who gets
Like Silliest Death, I feel would be a good one.
that would be awesome. I would love to have a
Yeah.
Silliest Death one. That would be so
I
much
feel like
fun.
Silliest Death award, and you can get or silliest elimination. Yeah, elimination
Yeah.
from the game, I would say. Silliest
Yeah.
elimination from the game. I feel like that would be an amazing award. Because here's the thing: imagine you have like I want to say, a teammate nading his own team, player. That happens a lot. Those
It
those
does.
kinds of mistakes happen. Or you mistime the heal when you're outside in the blue zone and you get knocked, and the rest of the team is too far away.
Vehicle explosions or spinning out or something is always a favorite. That's
Car
always fun.
flipping, and then you're like,
Yeah.
okay, well, you get shot while the car's flipping and you're dead. Yeah, there's a lot of them, and we'll have another opportunity to go through them. But right now, I kind of want to focus on APG, right?
Yes.
We were talking about them taking a fight on this particular hill with LGD. LGD decided to go away and take the fight to Reject, actually. So we're going to focus on that right now. They managed to get the
Whoa.
first knock, followed by the second instantly. That means that Reject are in a 2v2 situation. Or rather, oh, not really. Because we are seeing that Team Spirit as well are waiting in the wings. Reject not happy about the fact that they have to secure that and then try to see if they can get their revives before a full push comes their way. LGD lose 2 members, and they gain nothing from that fight unless that nade does something right now. Not sure it will. Reject should be able to reset, I believe. And the thing is, Team Spirit will be able to hold the push from either side from that high ground too.
This is a very interesting fight, and one that they have to really do quickly, because now you're starting to see, yeah, vampires moving in. You got teams on the other side, Voin Donkey as well. Trifecta is going to be a very heavily contested area, so they really need to finish up this fight very, very quickly. You can see Team Spirit up at the top there. Really nice little spray. Oh my goodness, from Schweppes. There we go. We saw him do it yesterday. He's doing some more today. Really nice little spray coming in there onto effect. And now Rejects kind of just have to wait because it's gotten a little bit too hot to handle. Reiji has 2 elims on the board. They want to just keep it that way. They don't want to have any more points, any more risks taken here. Tian, though, will go low. So LGD not really waiting around for anything, just trying to get that maneuverability on their side. But at this point, I think Rejects have to just kind of back off here, just wait their turn. Their turn was here, and the turn has left. It's now somebody else's turn, and LGD now just gotta kind of... They're put on the back foot a little bit. I mean, what do you do here? I think you kind of just wait it out, right?
You just have to hold because you're still in the center of the zone up until you find out which of the areas of Trifecta is going to have the majority of the zone, and then you make your move. But the fact that they lost 2 players just means that they are open to a push specifically by Team Spirit because Spirit was able to see the fight unravel the whole time. So they have the information. And obviously so does Reject. So if the zone shifts over to the side where LGD is, Reject know, guys, it's a 4v2, quick push, get the knocks, get the elims. We're going to have the compound that may get us the game.
Yep.
So that's what, and I think that's what LGD's plan was when they gave up the high ground that APG held towards the southern side. They wanted to hold on to that area, and now you can see that's exactly what seems to be the situation on the side of LGD. Obviously, it may not be center zone, but they are in a position to LGD are in a position to gatekeep the likes of Reject,
Yes.
and I believe we also have one more other team that's on the northern side of Trifecta.
Yeah.
So there's 2 squads there that are going to be in danger.
So you have Rejects and you have Vampires over on that side. If Vampires
That's
try
right,
and
yeah.
use the bridge to go kind of north and around, right, rather than through boot camp, there's Voin Donkey over there. So actually Voin Donkey, they're not going to have zone for much longer, but they do have a really nice opportunity to get some extra points on the board. They do have to be careful of Thunder Talk, though. They're still over on the Camp Alpha Island, on that northern island. Big spread, but I'm not sure where they're going to decide to move in. They could come into Ruins. They could come in behind Voin Donkey, so that's something to consider.
Yeah, a rotation from the northern side might be very helpful for some of the teams, because we're going to be seeing a lot of teams now try to focus on getting into the likes of boot camp or even the high ground next to boot camp. You can see LGD in the distance also getting into yet another. Hold on, did LGD make another move where they abandoned? Oh my God!
How
LGD
did they get here?
with their rotations, insane.
How?
That's You're telling me from the second that we switched over from... Wow. Yeah,
Eh?
I don't need, that's just insane. So these two duo from LGD were able to leave the situation where it was them, Vampire, and Reject after losing 2 members, make a rotation to the center of the zone as a duo where there's already 2 squads inside of boot camp and God knows how many on the outskirts of it. How did LGD make it into this ground is absolutely beyond me, but fantastic play from them to be able to reach this position, because that means that now they don't have to gatekeep. They were at a numbers disadvantage if they tried to do that, so they're just playing for placements because they don't want to lose that number 2 spot. They don't want to lose all the hard work that they put in the first day of the competition, and I absolutely love that from LGD. I can see why Maxman was a huge fan of LGD earlier on, but we'll go back to that later on.
Oof.
As we see Influence Rage up against Alpha 7, the Brazilians, fighting amongst each other on the eastern side, rather. Eastern side. That's the one.
DRX.
Sorry, the compass was all over the place.
Yeah, it was, but DRX are actually... Wait, where were they? They've had a late rotation from the south side over by Ruin, so they've come up right behind both the Brazilian teams, and this is the third party that they're looking for here. But actually, Influence Rage still up as a full squad. This is dangerous for DRX.
Okay, they managed to get the first one, but the question remains, will they actually go for a push outside the zone? It would be best for you to take care of it now before you start losing more time. But Lorenzen manages to get a knock in return. It is now a 3v2. DRX lose 2 all of a sudden. Law, what can you do? Able to get the 5 off. He's able to heal. Diego's holding the ground. Able to also finish off those eliminations and secure them. Nade coming in. Maybe a little bit of damage. Not enough though! And Influence Rage! Turn it around and they take down DRX.
Oh, hang on. Tianba here for looking for a fight.
Another challenger jumps into the fray.
The slowest push.
Yeah, that was so... I thought it was slow-mo. Get out of the car. Get out. Move. There's a nade. Okay, good. Okay, so Tianba managed to push in, get out, and then go for another push again. Lorenzen, Law, and Diego in the 3v4, and then all of a sudden, it's a 3v2 in favor of Influence Rage. Are you kidding me? Rage unleashed on Sanhok, and they get 8 eliminations in 2 minutes. The Brazilians are unstoppable.
Okay, Tianba. I like Influence Rage. GG's. Well played. Tianba, what was that? What was that? Oh!
Honestly,
hang on.
Both teams, what was that? Both teams, what was that? That was insane.
True.
Like, they were being pushed outside the zone. DRX could have taken their sweet time with that fight. I mean, honestly, right now, the fact that Diego is eliminated, not the worst thing. Combine those 8 eliminations with a placement point or 2, get top 8, fantastic game for you as Influence Rage. Because you were put in so many tough situations in such a short amount of time, and they were able to adapt and eliminate everyone. Beautifully played. That's so good. It was so sensational from them.
But now they got to get into zone. But we move over to Voin Donkey and Team Spirit, really controlling side onto Team Spirit here to have one up on the hillside, right? To make sure that Voin Donkey can't use all the angles, can't nade up onto this roof side here. So this is where Team Spirit might have the upper hand, but they have to be careful. Don't go in one by one. You've got them in a corner. Oh. Doesn't quite get the shots. There we go. One goes down. That's the first one. Moving in together now. They're all in that one building. One nade and they are toast, but Voin Donkey, they have nades as well. There we go. That's the first one. DBS coming on in. That's going to be not a second yet. The shots aren't hitting. Where are the shots?
They can't
all
get
of
in.
you.
The shotguns are too many. It's still a 4v2. The molly.
There we go.
Yeah, finally you managed to secure that last one. Voin Donkey. Voin Donkey. Wow,
Voin Donkey, yes.
That was horrible. I mean, look, honestly, 4 players in that one small room. You should have taken the fight. Why were you hiding? You were forced in a corner. The fact that I want to say Team Spirit were given so much room made it so easy for them to take the fight. And literally, yeah, one nade, one molly, and it's just one angle you can peek out of.
I'm actually really surprised that Team Spirit didn't go with any of the utilities to go into that that room. They knew they were all in there. One nade, peek the door, one nade, you might get knocked, but that's all 3 taken out, but that's fine. All good, maybe they didn't have any. They will now, though. So that's nice.
Yeah,
Team Spirit getting some elims. Well played from them. Nicely done. You do see Doc, though, in that elim feed, taking out Assault.
Oh,
It's a little bit of contest coming over onto those edges of the zone, and as the zone gets
Oh!
small, you are going to start seeing that nice little spray with that AUG, though. BTR, man, they're here to play.
And I'm starting to question if Weibo are, because once again, I saw a very, very slow moving vehicle. They lost one person on the outside in boot camp. Their rotation was a little bit late. Yesterday, their rotations were a lot better. They were a lot quicker. The position was phenomenal this time around. In 30 seconds, they lost 3 players as they were trying to leave the boot camp area, which technically was still in the zone. I don't know why they felt the need to go for a wide swing like that. Yes, the zone will probably shift away from boot camp, but would have been able to like stay as a whole squad, at least maybe get an elim or 2 on your way out. But this, especially with the fact that they got 2 eliminations and then they had a good position, and now they're down to 1 member, and a squad like BTR that has 4 has an opportunity to catch up now.
APG could have a very good angle onto KN here, but I think Ozan knows that he's there. Ozzy-san, he's on that corner, he's on that rock, and he knows it. Nade is primed, and with all 3 APG players really close together, that could be good. Doesn't quite do anything, but Reefus will go on down. That's the first one. Up over the top with Zul, but it's not going to be enough. He's fighting on different angles. Molotov to block that angle. Really nicely played. Down he goes. Easily done for them, and that's going to be him actually just immediately just taken out there. WBG, though, 33Z might have something to say about this. Looking for a little bit of a third party, but nah, it was a quick nade, and then he's going to fall on back. Now, he does not want that heat. He thought he could get a surprise attack. Didn't happen, so he's going to go back over and watch his north side.
Now we set our sights onto Reject, as they are now trying to push up this hillside up against the squad of Team Spirit. Ragey, unfortunately, they're just trying to crawl. The only person with eliminations on the team at the moment is currently on his knees and will be taken out by the zone, but the rest of the squad will be pushing, and they will be annihilated in just a few short seconds. Nomi missed one of those pumps, but still manages to get the rest. 7 elims for Team Spirit. Full squad left alive, and hey, APG is still alive and kicking to Thunder Talk. Let's see what they have to say in this conversation. Matic getting pressured by AJ. S12K versus S12K. AJ finally knows where he is. I thought he was looking at the room. Matic might have had a little bit of an advantage, but if that tries to go for the flag, AJ turns around and gets the elimination on Nomi. Also gets third-partied by Razy. And Team Spirit, they still managed to eliminate him. But we're not done with the fights just yet, because Weibo 33Z gets an elimination right before he bites the dust. Takes 4th place for Weibo, so it was still salvaged by Weibo. A top 4 with 3 elims, you're still getting points, and that's what you need. But now you have APG, Team Spirit, and BTR all fighting for that winner chicken dinner. You can still see, like, we're still going through number 6, number 5, number 4. Like, the graphics are so behind because of how many fights just wrapped up so quickly.
But what I love here is that Team Spirit were so busy with Thunder Talk, the BTR were able to actually just move into zone, into center zone. Look at them on the mini-map. They were able to take full control. The only thing that could, as I was gonna say, yeah, keep Team Spirit in the run of things is this fight happening. APG clashing against BTR on their side, right? This could give Team Spirit the opening they need, but it also could go very, very badly. APG have that sneak factor. Their bellies on the ground, just looking for those shots wherever they can find them. Sitar could have done good work, but he does get taken on out by Kitsune. So that's going to be his second elimination on the board here, but BTR could be in a world to hurt here, actually. Yes, they have the zone, but they don't have the position in between 2 teams. They're getting picked apart left, right, and center. That's going to be them almost gone, down to just a duo, down to the bottom. Doc needs to get 2. He doesn't even get the 1. He will go down. That's going to be the end of him. Zul as well. They're all gone. Federals not here to play. Effect is the next, but down they'll go. And Team Spirit, they're going to be ones to take this chicken dinner home. Sanhok is theirs.
Well, I don't know about you, but what a heck of a performance from Team Spirit to clinch that winner chicken dinner. They had a good position. We were talking about it before. A little bit of a high ground to the east of Trifecta. They were able to hold on to that. The zone kept shifting towards the likes of Boot Camp time and time again. They weren't overly aggressive. They picked their fights at the perfect timing. And in that situation, Team Spirit, APG, and BTR. BTR was sandwiched. Once again, the amount of times that if you're in the middle, in the last 3 squads of the game, you are most likely not going to win that game, just based off the fact that both squads are going to be fighting you, because it benefits both squads to be fighting you. They may be shooting a couple of shots towards each other, stuff like that, but their full focus is going to be the squad in the middle.
Yeah. It 100% is. Yeah, BTR, they thought, oh, we can get in here. I think they might have wanted Team Spirit and Thunder Talk to fight a little bit longer, give them a little bit more time to clear out APG, but it just so happened that that was not the case. They were just put upon at the same time, which is unfortunate for BTR, but I gotta say, Federalis, we saw some cool stuff. It wasn't nades, but he not only didn't get knocked, he got Doc and Zul, I feel like, before he went out himself. So he really was trying. He put up those numbers, he did the damage, just unable to get those final wins. And I think Team Spirit were going to win either way, even if they had they did get rid of APG, so they did get rid of APG, but they were going to win. Team Spirit were going to win either way. They were just not in a good position there, and Team Spirit were able to kind of maneuver and set themselves up as they wanted to while they were busy. So big win from TS, but honestly, BTR and APG played that very well as well.
Yeah, they really did, and I have to say there's a lot of teams have to point out their rotations, specifically LGD. Very well played to be able to reposition time and time again. I think they managed to get themselves maybe a top 7 finish, so the eliminations that they got, if they did in the early stages, at least it's a couple of points for them to stay close towards the likes of Weibo. And the recovery from 3-3Z to be able to stay alive that long and to be able to give a top 4 to Weibo in a game that I want to say, like, they had a good position, and it felt like it was thrown by that slow rotation towards the mountainside. There was no smokes really. You didn't have a lot of cover to provide for yourself either. So it was just, it wasn't the best situation for them to be put in. But the fact that they were able to come out with those many points, I think it's still very well played by the likes of Weibo.
Yeah, very well played indeed. Can we just mention, just very quickly, Tianba with the slowest car push I have ever seen in my life. And then just to get completely just picked apart like that so easily, Tianba, I really want to know what was going on in their minds right there, because Do you think maybe the push was slow because they turned off the engine and they wanted the car to just roam so they wouldn't make a lot of noise? Yeah,
I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. You know, I'm not sure. I mean, they're professional players after all. Maybe they were hoping that the fight with Spirit wasn't just done yet, or maybe or maybe they were hoping, rather, Influence Rage. They were hoping that they were still doing the revives and healing and stuff like that, and they didn't expect to get turned around and rocked like that. Yeah. Well played by Spirit.
Indeed. GG's going their way. I'm not sure anybody expected Team Spirit to win, to be honest. They've been having a really good first day. We saw them, let's see, we saw them with 2 back-to-back second places yesterday. So that was really a decent performance from them. So to come in now with as much points as they did, I'm not sure how many elims they got. It was quite a few. So we're probably looking at a 20-point game here. And again, in this lobby, 20 points is huge. If it is a 20-point game, that puts them up to 57 points. And Weibo, before this game, had 58. So already you're looking at a massive step up in those leaderboards, top of the pack, looking for that placement, that, what's it called? The smash zone, the point threshold.
Yep. That's what everyone wants to reach right now, that point threshold. Well, once we know what it is.
Yeah.
We'll find that out tomorrow. Right now we're just having a look at the highlights. Specifically the one right now looking towards... Oh yeah, I think we missed this fight between Kino Trope. But yeah, I mean, look at the way that Nomi's moving. Look at the way that he was hiding, waiting for the right time. It honestly just, it team spirit, phenomenal performance that I'm seeing from them specifically this year. You know, last year they had, I want to say a great run. Last year they were champions of PMSL, EMEA Fall Split. They managed to get top 8 in PMGC as well. That's insane for them, and now they're slowly but surely showing up against some of the best teams from PEL and some of the best teams in the world as well. So now we're looking at their stats: 14 eliminations.
Wow.
My lord, 2,300 damage, 24 points secured for this squad. And I think before, just to kind of give you guys an idea, before we jumped into this game, Spirit was in 8th with 37 points. So with those 24 points, they're looking at 61, which I believe puts them in top 3, 100%. Might put them in top 1, but let's have a look at the match ranking.
Second place. I think it's second. LGD got 0 points there. They're currently in... Wait, LGD were in second place, so they got 0 points. They've definitely surpassed LGD. Weeaboos 8 points on the board there. I don't think that's quite managed it. So I think Team Spirit have been pushed into second place with this big win. But let's also look at BTR, 14 points, APG 12, Influence Rage 10. Huge stuff coming in from them. We're going to go over to the overall ranking. So CD Alliance,
I love this.
1 point. Tianba, 1 point. 0 points for DK and VD, but here we go. Team Spirit in second place, 5 points behind WBG. BTR in that third place position. INF, KN still holding there with that 5th place. APG moving into 6th now as well. And LGD from second place at the start of the day in one game going down to 7th.
And the MVP for this game is going to be Effect from Team Spirit. After that performance from him and his squad with those 14 eliminations that they managed to secure, heck yeah, the team should be very happy and very proud of what they've been able to perform and put up in that first game. Let's have a look towards the top 4. Eliminations wise, it's still Federals with 20. He had 18 yesterday, securing 2 more in today's games. Top from APG. I mean, listen, you're always going to be part of the conversation. We know you.
Yeah.
You've been around for a very long time at this point on the international stage. So your name's always going to be part of the conversation. And Doc, same as well when it comes to him and damage. But I like this. APG and BTR Vitality are currently fighting for the most damage being dealt in the game. Doc and Top versus Federals and Razy. That's a 2v2 I'd love to see.
Oh, can you imagine? Yeah, absolutely. And what's really interesting to see about this is APG are... what, 7th place right now? Something like that? 8th? So they're not even in the top 3 at the moment, and yet here they are contending for all these top damage things, right? All of that top damage stuff, the top damage, the MVP, whatever, they're still in contention even if they're not in the top 3.
Yep. Well, let's see what they're going to be able to do when the next game begins. Give us a few short moments, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, and hopefully we will be back with our second match of the day and our first Erangel. So, we'll see you in a few.
And here we go once again, back from the break. We're going to be going into day number 1, day number 2, game number 2. There we go. Got it there in the minute. It's going to be Erangel, our first of 3 here this afternoon. We're going to be looking at the plane path going down to the south side. It's not going to be too easy or too hard. A lot of these teams do actually end up rotating down onto the south side, so we should be fine. Should be good to go for all these teams. The real question is, where is that zone going to go? And chat, we need your help. Where's it going? We want to see that in the chat. Chat your predictions as you will. Where's it going to go? I think it's probably going to center up, but we might see a Georgia Pole Rozhawk sort of first circle. That would be really interesting.
You think so?
No drop clashes. Yeah, I think that would be Sandstorm. I feel like.
Well, let's have a look.
I mean, I feel like it would be. What do you think?
It's a very southern zone. You know, I think it's going to go like Severny, Shooting Range, Rozhawk, yes, Naya, Stalber. Mansion's going to be in there as well. I don't think George Pool's going to be in. Maybe just the very most eastern edge of it might be close to the zone. Like, that's a prediction I'm giving you. So top right.
Oh.
Not even.
Well,
okay,
it's
I mean,
top.
hey.
It's bottom right. So you're closer than I was. GG's.
I got right. Right?
Yeah. Right.
That works. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Right. Anyways,
Right.
all right.
Anyway.
So we can see Tianba this time. This is not a slow rotation by any means. See, this is the quicker rotation that we want to see from them.
I mean, teams are still landing over here, and it looks like we might have a little bit of a clash,
Lorenzen
possibly.
is chilling.
Lorenzen is trying not to get caught out here.
No.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Come on, you know you wanna.
Uh-oh. Lorenzen, no! Lorenzen! This is just not the start that Influence Rage would want to have. Lorenzen
I don't understand.
forced to instantly go down. But, I mean, I'm not sure what the situation in here is, but Influence Rage are completely split up.
They are. I'm confused as to why Nolbu, or Osal rather, didn't stop the vehicle. Just stop and let him shoot, but okay. Voin Donkey, on the other hand, going up against BTR. Some really early clashes here, but they're not team clashes. They're just individual sort of oopsies almost, where it's kind of like, we didn't really mean to drop here on top of you guys. Like, can we just, like, kind of go away now? But that is a 1v1. Sitar gonna get that back up, but he doesn't need it. Vexy does go on down. So Voin Donkey gonna be the first to lose a player here very, very early on. And this is what happens. I think we're seeing a big meta Sandstorm towards these teams ending up going for large splits over the looting phase, and sometimes that really doesn't work in your favor, because the minute you get drop clashed by somebody, you're immediately in a 1v1.
I definitely don't want that to happen to you. So now, Tianba, they managed to get themselves a couple of vehicles. They rotated, and now they're able to get themselves a nice, decent bit of loot, and hopefully get themselves underway. Switching over to Matic and Team Spirit. Playing the chicken dinner in the previous game, and now Voin Donkey. Oh, no. Voin Donkey, they already suffered a loss, and this is the second in terms of Zeta, and it's at the hands of Federals, who just keep stacking up those numbers, just keep stacking up those eliminations. Razy was traded, but Statar last has a different angle on Razek. Will he be able to finish him off as well? Because now it's a 2v4 in favor of BTR. And down goes Razek, and that's going to be one member left for Voin Donkey.
Not the second game they needed, man. This is rough for them. They have 16 points on the board right now. 14th place. 2 games in, and they're not going to be able to do a thing about it. This is such tough luck here, but they're not the only ones. King from Thunder Talk is going to go out to Doc here. So this is rough for them as well. We all know King, big player for the team. And at 11th place, 33 points. They're not in as much of a world of hurt as Voin Donkey, but still, you don't want to lose that player early.
Yeah, you really don't, because it just instantly causes problems for you and your rotations. Usually, full squad, you don't really have to second guess any kind of decisions when it comes to taking a fight or not. But you lose a member, you're like, okay, we're 3. are they a full squad? That's instantly the first thing that you're going to be thinking about. Can we take a 3v4? Or if you get a knock 3v3, okay, then that makes things equal. But you're always going to be at a disadvantage. You might always be second guessing your decision making when you don't have the numbers in your advantage. So definitely don't want to be losing any members in the early stages of the game. Have to be careful when it comes to the rotations. And Thunder Talk deciding to hold this area with the zone that we have. I'm curious to see what other positions the squads are going to be holding and where the zone is going to shift as well.
It's interesting here that Thunder Talk have not just used the cliff to get out of the dodge, right, to get out of the way. Instead, they've stopped. They're looking for a potential clash here with Tianba, but Reefus is right behind them from APG. You start to see APG starting to move on in, so could be a difficult thing for Thunder Talk to kind of avoid. I don't know if there's a boat down at the bottom there, but no, they are going to move on. They're going to use that beach, and that's the best play here because you see Top up on the bridge. Doc is moving into behind his teammate, so yeah, for Thunder Talk, they really don't want any of that heat just yet. It's way too early in the game to be doing any of that. 6 minutes in, you've already lost one player. I'm not sure that's really what you want to see. Here we go. King really did not mean to find anybody up here. He was not aware Doc was going to be up here. In fact, Doc was, again, just that solo. Comes down to that solo, big spread, 1v1 situation, and King was just unable to combat it. But now Tianyu making Tianba leave. Interesting. I would have thought Tianba might have tried to fight that a little bit more, but again, they're a little bit more split up, and that 1v3 just isn't very appealing this early in the game.
You know what is appealing, though, in this game at the moment? That the zone's closing, and it's only the first one.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm agreeing with you. You're right. We've had a lot of action, and it's only 7 minutes in. The first game.
I say a lot of action. We've had 6 eliminations in 7 minutes. It is quite exciting.
That is crazy.
But listen, yeah, but look, this is Erangel. Miramar does the same thing. Miramar is even worse in that aspect, just because you're talking about a bigger land mass, same amount of teams, a lot of open ground, but still. This is when we get to see, I guess, the teams that are more calm and find out which teams like to fight more. At the moment, D plus Kia getting closer and closer to Kinotrope. Is Kinotrope aware of such presence is the question.
They are now. Mark has sensed something. Something's not right in the force. He's going to be looking. I'm just watching. I'm watching and I'm waiting. We'll see. We'll see what happens. They are very close, though. That is really concerning. Nordbu able to just kind of get some nades going, but that's going to be the first sign for Kinotrope to get out of dodge. They don't want anything to do with that just yet.
And I like
don't blame
that.
them.
Yeah, I like that decision-making. Instant. It's like, okay, there's no need. Right now, there's no need to take a fight. You're not holding a compound that you are dying to defend. You're in the open. You're split 2-2. There's no reason for you to take the fight. There's no risk. There's no reward, really. And right now, they're just focusing on getting together and then holding a position. And I like that decision making. We're switching over towards the likes of Reject, who had a good performance, but still, I wouldn't say like lacking a little bit yesterday, but hopefully this time around they'll be able to turn things. Tony K.
Tony.
No. What's happening with vampires actually?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we saw this from them in yesterday's games as well. They had the first few games that were kind of rough, and then they brought it back. So maybe it's just, again, that sort of thing that's happening again now. It is a rough position to be in, though. This cliff is notoriously difficult to win, so it's an interesting position to take this early, I feel like. A lot of teams might be targeting you because of that. But CD Alliance, another team that could really use the points. It's a nice push from them. 2-2 split either side, looking for those nades, looking for any sort of knock that they can get up onto them, especially because they know Ventorez is there somewhere, but they're not going to push it too much. That's the smoke going up. They're going to get back into those vehicles pretty soon.
Pretty soon indeed. Cluck, Jimmy, Oliol, Leon. the side of Cole Alliance. I mean, I'm not sure what we can say to this squad outside of that. Today, you need a 50 to 60 point day, easily.
Yeah.
You needed a 50 to 60 point day today. You already missed out on the first game. If you don't average 10 plus points over the rest of the day, there's absolutely no chance for you. And this is how you do it by getting more and more elims. Knock onto Schweppes. No one to steal this elimination.
Nice.
Secured by Leon. That's 1 point out of the 10 that you need to secure in every single match. Consistency is key here.
Yep. I mean, again, though, if you go into 24, if they get 10 points in this game, let's just say, that's 24 points. That puts them in 13th position. That's a big jump up, 3-4 points, and it puts you in the running for the rest of the games. We have 4 more games after this one. That is plenty of time to move up the rankings. If they can just use game 2, for any of those teams below sort of 12th, if they can use this game to just get as many points as possible, then they are putting themselves back in that running for that Smash Zone placement threshold. Point threshold. There we go.
You got there.
I got there in the end. It's fine. Fabian, Diego, can they get there? One or the other. I think that's a little bit of a scout there. That Rage is really going to help. And that's going to be Influence Rage going, okay, scout done, info taken, point taken, we're going to move away now.
Happen this time around between these two squads, Thunderdog Gaming and Alpha 7. AJ and Carrillo both go down. Tian now trying to take the fight, but it is going to be Jing who gets flanked by Mafioso. 2v1 now. Squash and Mafioso up against Tianyu. Can he do it? Or will the Molly burn him to a crisp? He's stuck in that corner, unable to run away. Spam from the S12K. Just trying to get a little bit more damage onto Tian. Gets followed. Squash gets the elimination. Alpha wipe. Thunder Talk. They lose Carrillo only, but Tianba is here. This time, there are no slouches to this push. It is quick, it is clean, it is concise, but Bant gets knocked down. Mafioso swings onto QZZ, gets another one. Mafioso helping to turn this fight around, then all of a sudden, Tianba lose 2. And it's a 2v2 situation. 2v1, are you kidding me, Alpha? What is the story with Brazilians and wiping 2 squads in 2 minutes? This is the second time it happens from a different squad in a different game, on a different map. Tianba, what can you do? Aching not much to put forward an Alpha 7. With one hell of a highlight reel being shown in front of us right now. No, this is not a replay. This is live. And Alpha just wiped 2 squads.
I mean, you know what? The only thing I can say about Tianba is at least Mew denied the point by nading himself. So when his last teammate went out, he didn't actually give that point over to A7. That's why they've got 6 points, not 7, because that should have been a full squad wipe. It was not. That is really rough for Tianba. They came in really nicely and then just got absolutely obliterated. There doesn't seem to be much of teamwork going on with Tianba at this point in time. They kind of feel very individualistic in their pushes. And A7 were just able to take that and rip it apart. Some really nice nade bounces coming in from them, some good angles. They had control, they were in control. And that's the thing, is they thrive on chaos. A7 and Influence Rage, both of them, they thrive on that high action, quick paced gameplay. So when they finish up a fight and another team comes rolling in, they are ready. And Tianba just was not.
Yeah, they really weren't. And this is the second time. I mean, I thought because they had the numbers advantage and they were quicker on the rotation this time around. But yes, the second they got there, it felt like the communication fell. They didn't know where all the players of Alpha 7 were positioned. They were caught off guard time and time again, and we'll have a look at. And like, this is Milu knocking himself.
Milu,
he knocked himself with the nade as well. That is not a mistake that you can make in a fight like that, Milu. Heck no.
I mean, he denied the point. That's all you can say about that.
That's like the silverest of silver linings. Sure, you denied the point, but you lost so much. You could have gotten the whole You could have gotten the fight. You could have got 3 clean elims. But it just seemed like it was the communication was nowhere near. Alpha 7 after that fight. I mean, hey, there was not much they could do. They were caught off during their rotation and they were eliminated. It's still a positive thing for Alpha 7 because they were able to wipe out 2 squads after being put in a tough situation. So I would still take that as a positive for them.
Yeah. I mean, tied with LGD at this point. I'm just so surprised because it often seems like after we have these big fights, we all of a sudden they're just gone. Like, just they're full squad in a good position. Oh, they're gone now. But it is what it is. They get caught out on rotation, as you said. BTR still looking to contest this side of the ridge. WBG behind them, DK ahead of them. A little bit squished for comfort. I feel like they're going to be pulling back, just trying to take themselves out of a sandwich situation, and I think maybe just even going around would be the best call here.
Let's see if that's the call that's going to be made in this situation.
Not this way, though.
I mean,
the other way.
Hold on. Let him cook. Let's see what BTR will be able to pull off here, as they are only 2 points behind first place and 2 points ahead of Spirit in third. Vampire, we've just been seeing them on the elimination feed time and time again at this point, and not in their favor, really. They had a good... they got a chicken dinner in game number... or in one of the games on day 1, and then it's like they entered a food coma after having that meal, after having that juicy chicken dinner. It's like not able to perform after that LGD. They lost out on Link during one of their rotations towards the northwestern side. Now they're deciding, okay, there's too many squads here. I don't think we can fit in because there's DK and DRX present in the same area as well. Vampire will be wiped by D plus Kia as well here, Nep.
D plus Kia need the points, though. I mean, they're in 13th. I think nobody was really expecting them to be so far down the leaderboard, so any points are points at this point. 5 points on the leaderboard so far. They're getting closer to that 30-point mark. And so far, if they can just survive 2 more teams, then they will be going into that placement point territory as well, and every little helps, but maybe not if their countrymen have anything to say about it. DRX now moving in, trying to contest that space, trying to get rid of them any way they can, trying to gatekeep a little bit. WBG staying out of it. They don't want the heat. They don't want that smoke. They just really want to use the explosive bow without getting caught. Sook, can he do it? Can he not go out before he gets
I believe in Sook.
I
think all of you should. I think every single person watching this stream should. Because this map, we'll get back to that later. Because right now LGD going for a push onto D plus Kia. They're able to get a couple of eliminations. Osal and Nolbu not able to assist from the distance. MPM secures the elimination onto Fabian. And LGD in a very tough situation. Tian will be left alive with Afu. The last 2.
Lol.
Couple of smokes to provide some cover. D plus Kia
out.
Move, and FBM is here for backup. But yeah, D plus Kia will be eliminated. I was trying to see what in the heck was happening in that fight.
Yeah.
But we'll get back to it later because now we are in the 19th minute of the match, and a lot of the fights are starting to break out more and more as teams are fighting for position, fighting for survival in this game, fighting for every point possible. Weibo, you are in the lead. You cannot fail right now. You cannot fall. You have to get eliminations. You have to get points. You have to be proactive.
WBG are being just that, although I think they tried to be proactive, they tried to regroup, they tried to push where they needed to, but I don't think they did it successfully enough. Now you're starting to see them really go for it. DRX left off the pressure for just a second, and off they go, leaving their teammate behind. That's all they can do. Just going straight into this dip here. Not sure that's the best play, but it is center. I mean, hey, they're in zone, so maybe that's exactly what they want to do. LGD might be following suit here. In that Elan feed, you do see KN going up against CD Alliance, rather. Afu able to get that clean little spray and finish over onto BTR Ryan there, as well as CD Alliance do go out. No more points on the board for them. Sandstorm, they're still 14 points on the board, 16th place.
and that's not the best situation for them, but we'll cover that later on as LGD now. That was a couple of more eliminations. Reject! Get absolutely torn apart from so many different directions, but somehow it's actually APG that seals that last elimination in the nick of time. Also, you know what, I do have to say, massive shout out to production, just because I have to say the amount of information we're getting on the right side, showing the names of the players on the team that's currently in first place. Love that. Absolutely phenomenal. Shout out to you guys are amazing. We continue. 8 squads remaining with 26 players left alive. APG and all of, look at that, 1st to 7th and then 12th. My lord, this is just an opportunity. This is when the teams can start, I want to say, getting us to the point where we might see a top-heavy leaderboard. When the teams at the bottom start dying out early and being eliminated early on, and then the top half is the one that keeps on surviving, keeps on getting eliminations with those placement points too.
Yep. But which of those teams is going to be the one to stand out here? DRX could do a lot of work here, especially with that zone. Sandstorm, are you kidding me? This could be DRX's ticket out of the bottom half of the leaderboard. If they play this well, they should be in a really, really good position. Look, into the top 10, into the top 9, they need just 10 points. That's a lot to ask at this stage in the game. However, they could really do some work here. If they get a top 3 with 6 or 7 elims, they are looking very, very good for the rest of the game. So I think the next play here is to make sure LGD do not push them, because LGD will want this spot. So as long as they can fend them off, they are looking very, very good.
Yeah, let's see if they manage to do so. I want to say a golden opportunity for the likes of Kinotrope in the position that they're in at the moment. See if they can translate that into something in this game. Influence Rage as well. They still have the 3 players left alive. This I like this, that it's so many teams that are going to be fighting just to stay close to that #1 spot, and this is exactly what we mean when we say we want the teams to always try to remain with 10, 15, maximum 20 points, 30 maybe from that first place. So come the final day, you actually have an opportunity to catch up to the teams and not feel demoralized when a team crosses the threshold and you're still 40 points behind or 30 points behind. So just make things easier for yourself.
LGD, they're looking for it. Afu needs to heal up before they can make a serious push, and this is where DRX's smokes come in clutch here. Just denying any sort of visibility away from LGD, making sure that nothing is going to happen here. BTR caught out in the field. It's not going to be a 3rd or a 2nd place finish for them today for this game, but still, they got a decent amount of points. They slide into 2nd place with that elim or with this game, so looking good. Team Spirit's still here, though. Not sure where, actually. They've been a silent partner in all of this. They're down to the south side. I mean, but they don't have to be noisy, right? This is their drop spot. They drop farm. So for them, this has been a very, very easy game. Very easy transition to where they need to go. You see some things popping off in the elim feed. APG going on down to just a solo. Possibly even going out if they can't win the 1v1. And Sook! We didn't see it, but Sook gets Zeal with that explosive bow. He's going to finish up that knock.
Producer,
so APG down.
take us there, please!
I know! But oh well,
Please.
Tian,
Okay.
no, things are happening. Tian moves in forward, gets taken out immediately. Hyunbin able to get him from behind a tree, man. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, okay, look, they were able to trade 1-for-1. We'll get back to that a little bit later, as now Hyunbin continues to fight. Hyunbin goes down. Tian able to crawl back and get to a position where he can get revived. DRX, so much pressure being applied by LGD. So is not able to help from that far angle. Sykes, what can you do? He's going to try with this nade to see if he can maybe finish off that player that was knocked down. Not sure if the nade will be able to get there. No, it did not. And Tien will be revived, if I'm not mistaken. And now they're going to attempt a heal. Lots of damage coming in the second he peeks. And they're still in the zone.
Wow.
DRX, my lord. LGD are cooking this game. They're on their 9th elimination. Looking for that double digit. Looking for that 10th. They want that final member of DRX, but he is not making it easy for them whatsoever. He is praying and spraying right now with that 4x M4.
And look, behind the rock, just barely outside his zone. He's really giving a run for their money. So as the hero of DRX right now, just holding him off, gets a knock. Could potentially, I mean, he's not going to do anything more from here, but he can just ruin their game as much as possible. And now WBG looking like they might want to have a say in what's going up above them. But order gets taken low. No one's in zone right now except for KN.
Yes,
So,
ma'am. Kinotrope are very happy with the hand that they have been dealt at the moment. So is thinking, okay, well, it was nice while it lasted, but I'm still gonna make this as long and as excruciatingly painful as possible for the side of LGD. Smoke, Smollies, and everything being thrown. Order and Weibo are taking a fight with Influence Rage. Tian thinking, I want this fight over! I want this fight done! But
Whoa.
2 players of LGD go down! And I believe it was to a third party from Weibo. It wasn't a member of DRX. I think he might have been able to get 1 knock, but not all of them. DRX are out, and now we have our final 4. Weibo trying to see if they can get into the zone. Team Spirit looking for a back-to-back. They have been so quiet this entire game. They have 1 elimination to their name, and now they're in the 7th zone. And quite possibly, if they're able to take out Kinotrope, they can get a back-to-back.
they absolutely could, but Kinotrope, we've seen them change up the pace. Never mind. Nomi with the nades, gonna get that opening knock. Nomi gets traded though. So that puts you back down to square one. Finale does go on down. Mark is made very, very low here, and this is where those nades just keep on coming in. Effect with the nade. Nasty work onto Mark here. Influence Rage do go out there. Kitsune able to pick up another point. Top 3 for them. Once again, where was this Team Spirit in PMSL CSA? This is looking like a back-to-back win if WBG aren't careful, but WBG look again with this fight. No, again with this fight. Look at it. They've been able to move in.
Now.
They do.
Yeah.
But they have that zone. They have the spread. Kitsune and crew might just go down here. Yeah, Sook able to get this spread. Oh, and gets it traded immediately here. KN just down to a solo. It allows Team Spirit to have a little bit of time to work here. It could go either way.
It really could. And Kinotrope, Ozzy-san, he's just trying to survive. He has nades, mollies, and everything being thrown from every possible angle. Still being able to survive this much pressure, this much damage. But it's fine. Team Spirit now. They're back to 3 players. And in fact, lovely knock onto order. He knows they have to take care of the possibility of a third party in order to secure this game, in order to get the first back-to-back. Is it possible? 4v1v1 essentially at this point. Ozzy-san from KN, phenomenal to stay alive up until this point and to secure top 3, but is it a top 2 or will 3-3Z survive just long enough to maintain that?
There we go.
Ozzy-san will be taken out. Yeah, Matic secures it, and now it's a 4v2, yes. But I believe one of the players is knocked down, Sook. There is no chance of a revive. And the best thing for 3-3Z to do is, I mean, you can try the 1v4, but with them having the position, and then they can just chill, you could just die to the zone and not give them the points.
Yeah, at this point, well, I don't think it's going to be allowed now. Nomi in the vehicle. Oh, and he's going to give the point over. Maybe not. They now have that info, though. That was a valuable knock. He might get knocked, but that's what they needed to do. The nade is going to be coming through. Nomi might just give a point away to Weibo here. Possibly. Doesn't look like it did any damage. He's looking for that info, though. He really is trying to get that one Elim. Yep, there he goes. That's their 9th point on the board.
Is this possible?
Fair enough. He's not going to get the win, though.
You say that.
I say that.
I say that. Let's have a look. It's a 1v3. The zone is in favor of Team Spirit 100%. If one of them can stand behind one, I mean, I don't think he has any more nades. He only has 1 molly. He can only do so much in this situation. Yeah, it has to be denied that point. But I mean, if you can get more knocks, if you can get more damage.
Oh, careful!
If he's taking this fight, okay. Hold on. 1v4 to 1v2. But yeah.
I was very worried there for a second. GG's Team Spirit with our first back-to-back win of the event of PMHI here. They come in clutch back to back. I mean, This is the team spirit I was wanting to see.
I knew you were going to be excited about this, specifically because it's going to be Team Spirit getting the back-to-back
No.
heck of a performance. Oh, no. Not biased whatsoever.
None,
But
nothing.
incredible performance from Team Spirit, I have to say. Representing EU against some of the best teams in the world, and they are able to perform to the highest level. Phenomenal from this team. Okay, so they're just changing the pictures with us. Okay, I get it. We see you, boys.
We're flipping around. It's all good.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's insane to see a back-to-back from the beginning of day 2, but this is something that Spirit sometimes does, I want to say. It's either that they perform very well, specifically in the previous tournaments that I've seen. It's incredible performance in, let's say, like league stage or super weekend, whatever you want to call it, before the grand finals. They arrive to the grand finals, incredible day 1, and then fall off the rest of the days.
Yeah.
They don't seem to be having those kinds of problems this time around. They seem to understand and know each other quite a lot more, I feel like, compared to last year. It seems like they're a lot more comfortable with each other this time around. The communication is on point, it seems, and it's clearly showing through the results that we're seeing from this lineup right now.
It really is. It's really, really good stuff. But I will say also, Weibo Gaming able to come through with a second place with a decent amount of elims. I think he got 9 elims in the end, right? So we are looking at Team Spirit not really able to top the leaderboard just yet. Maybe they have by a point or two, but the fact that Weibo were able to get 9 elims with a second place finish means that they're staying ahead. They don't have to have these big flashy games. They don't have to have all the points. They're just trying to stay ahead.
They're trying their best to do so, and after a performance like that against Weibo in the final moments, I think the eliminations that they had were enough to maybe take that first place spot. We're gonna have to wait and find out when we get the updated overall ranking. But so far, this competition, this tournament, has been very, very exciting, if I'm being honest. And I'd love to hear from you, boys and girls, watching us in the chat. Let me know what you think. How's the tournament so far? What do you guys think of the team that you're supporting? How are they performing? And who are you supporting? Let us know in the chat. We got 11,000 of you beautiful people out there.
11K? Sheesh. There's a lot of y'all watching. I hope you're happy with how the results have been going so far. There's been a lot of big action coming in, but Team Spirit able to just take the cake on both games so far. Is that going to be the way it's going to work in the next games, in the next couple of games? I don't really know. You know, we have 2 more Erangels coming up. The other teams have been playing quite well as well. APG looking like they might want to win fairly soon. Weibo as well. LGD, BTR. I feel like BTR have a lot more in the tank for today than what we've seen so far from them. So definitely looking for something that will step up and try and kind of challenge Team Spirit.
I mean, the teams that are competing with us right now, they are challenging. We've seen... So let's talk about some of the teams as we have the highlights. Here, I want to say the play that we've seen in this game and in the previous game from the Brazilians in Alpha 7 wiping 2 squads, in Influence Rage wiping 2 squads, phenomenal. Vampire, just to give you a quick rundown, very quiet in day number 2. Very, very quiet, very peaceful day number 2. Getting picked off, not seeing them on the elimination feed unless they're getting taken out. Not seeing a lot of points going their way. Tony K getting caught out in the first game, being the first elim, and also being caught out, I think, halfway through a rotation in the early stages as well. So time and time again, the Vampires seem to be getting caught off. LGD, I have to say also, their positionings and their rotations have been on point within the tournament as well. So far, really enjoying the level of competition that we are seeing from these teams.
I agree. It's been one heck of a day so far. One heck of a day yesterday as well. Just some insane, insane clutches we've been seeing. I mean, even 33, he almost had it. He got 2 knocks there, but Effect was up on the roof and able to just squash that in the bag there. So that was going to be that done and dusted. I do really like the angles that Team Spirit were using, though. They had a really good idea of what was going on at all times. 18 points is going to be their reward for that win. Again, not the most massive win we've seen from any of the teams so far, but a win is a win. 18 points is 18 points, and that gives them that step closer to that #1 position.
let's see. Okay, hold on. Total damage 2024. I like that number. But
Yep.
guys, it's 2025, just to let you know. You were off by 1. Wait. Yes, I'm horrible with the jokes sometimes, but it's fine.
It's okay.
Looking towards that match ranking after the second game of the day and our first lovely Erangel. You can see for Goose Eggs, for Voin Donkey, Tianba, Vampire, and Reject. 0 points. And Tianba specifically, second time that this has happened in a row. Something needs to change for this PL representative. Thunder Talk as well. I just don't know. There seems to be a curse, I feel, for regional domination that just will not translate to international or international representation. It just doesn't. It doesn't seem to work. It just doesn't. Look at this, 2 zeros for Vampire in a row.
It's crazy.
2 for Voin Donkey as well.
Actually crazy, yeah. Voin Donkey been huge in their leaderboards as well, but here we go. WBG and Team Spirit here with that back-to-back chicken dinner means they're just 2 points behind, 3 points behind Weibo Gaming, but they're still ahead.
2. It's 2.
Is it 2? 79, 80, 81, that's 3. Yeah, oh
79
yeah, no,
to
you're right.
80
You're right.
is-
It's 2.
oh
It's 2.
my
It's 2.
God. Wow.
Can't math on stream.
Professional commentator, by the way.
Yeah, not professional
commentator.
mather. Not professional
Yeah.
mather. I leave that
Yeah,
to
exactly.
the professionals, you know? Yeah.
Honestly, you join us for the memes, for the comedy, for the and for the commentary. You do not join us for the math. You just simply don't, because it's not our department. But what is
Not
our
gonna
department is reading the numbers that we are given by production.
Yes.
Because you see, they know us. They know that we just can read the numbers. We can't do the math ourselves. 22 eliminations for Federals and BTR. Top and APG still on the hunt. And so is Nomi and Effect now from Team Spirit. Switching it over to the damage, and it is going to be Federals still holding on to that number 1. LGD Afu will be joining the top 4 as well. So now it's going to be a little bit different. We got 4 players from 4 different teams. Doc has always been here. Nomi has also been present since day 1. I believe Federals came in at the end of day 1 as well.
Yep.
And now we're seeing the surprise from Afu and LGD. But we have finished our second game of the day, boys and girls. We're going to be taking a very short break and come back with game number 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue our journey to find who will be the champion of the PUBG Mobile Hong Kong Invitational. Day number 2 continues, and we are just at the halfway point with our third match of the day. Second Erangel, 16 teams hopping out of the planes, one right after the other, as the plane will be heading from the north side of Lipovka, halfway between Lipovka and Kameshki, all the way down to south of Primorsk and Ferry Pier. Teams dropping towards the likes of Mili, Novo, Milta, Farm, and Pachinki are going to be having a very, very quick time getting to the ground and starting their journey by looting and then obviously waiting for that first zone to make its presence known. Show yourself. Where will the team's fate be decided in this match now? And of course, let us know, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, who do you think is going to be winning our third game of the day? And why is it going to be Cole? Yes, that's right. I picked the 16th place team to win this
Really?
game. Yes.
Interesting.
Listen. It's not really a it's like straight up. I mean, I'm trying my luck. It's
Sure.
a chance. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, they're here, aren't they? They're playing, so it is possible for them to win it. Checking where they are positioned, they're over by Ferry Pier. So if they make a western rotation, it shouldn't be too bad for them. I would like them to actually move in through Georgia Pole up to shooting range and go for a complete northern rotation quite quickly. I feel like that would be a really interesting thing for them to do. But we'll see. They need to get looted up first. We can't be going all out just yet. Need a little bit of loot first. And we'll see. But yeah, it is entirely possible for them to do something here with that zone. It's possible. I'll just say it's possible. For me, who's going to win this one? A7 been looking very, very hungry for points. WBG might do something here. BTR really looking for those points as well. So for me, it's between BTR and A7, I feel like.
BTR and A7, well, okay, well, right now...
Well...
Oh, no. Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Well, that's the end of that.
Yeah. Huh.
Moving on. LGD just pick up an elimination by the side of the road and they continue like nothing's happened. DRX just sitting thinking, huh? What happened?
Yeah.
How did we end up here? But hey, look, LGD, they're still continuing. They're still remaining in the top 4. Team Spirit only 2 points now behind that first place spot. Things are heating up bit by bit throughout today's games, and I am absolutely loving it. I'm living for it. Also, we didn't really get a chance to see where the zone positioned itself, but I'm assuming from the likes from what I'm seeing right now, if we're looking at hospital, okay, then we might be seeing the likes of Severny, maybe even Yasnaya should be present as well. So should George Pool, maybe just the eastern side of George Pool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they caught him just as he dropped.
That is rough.
That's rough for Hyunbin, honestly.
Yeah. Rip Hyunbin. What? Hyunbin. There we go. But yeah, that is a really, really rough thing. And we keep seeing that. Yes, last game as well. We saw the exact same thing start to happen where it's like these drops come down and people are there ready and waiting to take those elims as soon as they touch the ground. So, unfortunate for DRX here. They did need that player. You know, it's always better to start the game as a full squad, especially when you've got 36 points to 39 for reject. You're so close. Another good game's going to put you firmly in the running, but as 3, they're going to have to just make do here. We'll see how that goes for them. Void Donkey, really nice rotation straight into Severny. That's going to mean that they are set. They are good to go. They have time to loot, time to react, time to plan. So this is a really nice rotation from them. I like it.
Well, let's see if they use that to their advantage, because Void Donkey in the first 2 games have come out with 0 points so far. They are in desperate need of something, because right now the difference between them and 13th is 12 points. And then moving from 13th to 12th, it's going to be another 6. And there's less difference between 7th and 5th than there is between between 13th and 14th. So if you're not able to do something this game, Void Donkey, I'm not sure you're going to be able to do anything by the end of the tournament. It's going to be very difficult. It is possible, but incredibly difficult. We will be watching, and we will be waiting to see what you have to put forward. Now, focusing towards the likes of D plus Kia and Reject. D plus Kia, who are currently holding on in the 13th place, and Reject in 10th. 11 points separating these two squads. Who's going to come out on top in this exchange? And remember, the longer the fight goes on for, the higher the probability of a third and possible fourth party. And then both teams who are taking the fight, both get eliminated, and then they're both out of the game.
Oof. So many possibilities, and none of them are particularly nice for either of these teams, and I think Rejects know that. Divine's gonna try and grab a nade, but the rest of his team looks to be getting out of dodge. That nade's just to make sure nobody comes over there as they try and make their escape. Duello trying to back up his teammate. The rest of the squad gonna be moving over into Rozhok itself. A much better position here, I feel like. I'm not sure why Divine's taking so long. He's kind of like, I really want this fight, but okay, there we go. Now he's able to get out of dodge, get away. His teammate will do the same. Duello gonna be moving on back. And that is gonna be Rejects disengaging completely from that fight with DK. The best shot, the best choice, I feel like, for them.
Let's see if that's the choice that they're gonna be making. Switching over now to Tianba, who have also had a very, very difficult time throughout this tournament. 15 points in 8 games? Yeah, 15 points in 8 games, averaging 2 per game. That is not something that we expected to see out from the likes of Tianba. But the thing is, I want to say in these kinds of tournaments, the players, the teams that have a lot of expectations built up on them, those are the ones that it either makes you or breaks you, I feel, as a player and as a team. You're either going to make it, you're going to be on the top 2, on top of the world, destroying everyone, or that pressure is going to get to you and you're going to be demoralized.
Yeah. It really is. Well, it can go either way. That's what my brain was trying to say. My goodness me. Anyway, it's fine, guys. It's fine. We move on. It could go either which way. That's really what separates kind of the top teams from teams that are still trying to get that experience and trying to learn a little bit more. You get teams that do have a really hard time with the mental aspect. It's one of the hardest things in PUBG Mobile to really master, to really get a grip on, because it really does change everything depending on how you look at it. It's one of the big things that when you're coaching a team, when you're the IGL of a team, that you're really trying to look out for the rest of your teammates and try and understand what makes them tick, because if you can figure that out and figure out how to get them to feel good at the start of every day, then you are looking at a world-class team simply for that reason.
Well, looking towards the zone, and as it's shifting towards the northern side, Void Donkey have an opportunity to get into have an opportunity to get into a central location in the zone. See if they manage to do that, because all the other teams now are starting to make their move, are starting to rotate. Doc! What are you doing? Okay, hold on.
Oh,
No. Okay, oh.
He was cooking until he wasn't. Ah, goodness me. Yeah, he overcooked it. The rest of his team going to be following in pursuit potentially here, but now that Doc is already gone, I feel like in some ways it would be a mistake to try and make that push, especially with LGD. They got that 2-2 split either side of the river. Fabian now going up against Tianba. Osal getting taken out there, getting knocked down by Tianba instead. So there's a little bit of a trade going on, but that's going to be the flush. Who we got over here? Fabian going up against Milu. Milu naded himself in the last game. I just want everybody to remember that.
Why do you have to do him dirty?
Oh,
It's
and
fine,
he's good. He's bringing it back. 1v2 to bring it back. Milu, I'm sorry. What a lad. Can he get the 1v3? If he gets the 1v3 here, DK, I don't know what to say. PMGC champions get 1v3 by Milu, who naded himself in the last game. Would be crazy. Crazy turn of events. Crazy turnaround from game to game.
Right now.
Oh, and that nade looks good. Does get a little bit of that damage going. Can he get the second? No, he cannot. Milu cannot either. Chips.
Are you kidding me?
Chips. Coming in with the 1v2. Oh my
Absolute
goodness.
madness. Wow, he was able to turn that around and take down the 2 when it looked so good for Tianba. You built up Milu so much.
I mean,
That's honestly that's heartbreaking.
It is.
Gut-wrenching, back-breaking fight for Tianba. It looked so good. Milu
It
tried to single-handedly carry that, taking out three players on his own and then going for the 4th. That hurts me. That
does.
makes me feel physical pain.
Yep, that is rough. I mean, still kudos to Milu. He was able to get that 1v3. Really nice work coming in from him. I'm not gonna say anything. I know. I was building him up. Can he turn it around? I was building the story, bro. I was building the story.
But why'd you have to remind him, though?
I didn't. It's fine.
Listen,
Anyway.
someone did.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. DRX actually trying to stop that one remaining player of APG. Well, actually, APG are a duo, but I only see Top there. The other one is on the other side of the river still. Top did manage to escape LGD. LGD were really looking for those points, but they were able to escape. Zeol taking some shots over onto DRX now. They're going to be pushed back a little bit. That might just leave room for APG. Actually, they're rotating very far back, trying to get that off angle, trying to get that high ground going. But that might just be the room that APG needs to regroup and get into zone as fast as they can.
Are they going to be able to do that, though, is the question. We see the zone shifting towards southern side of Severny. Rosehawk now completely out of it. DRX and APG might be coming from the same angle. I like the split that I'm seeing from TT, from Thunder Talk. They basically have a quadrant to themselves.
Yep.
With that split.
Quadrant, good word.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I speak the English language.
a little. A little.
I'd like to think hopefully a little bit more than a little.
Sure. Anyway, moving over to CD Alliance, another team that really needs the points. You picked them for the win here, right? You want them to win. I feel like they've got a good entrance into zone here. They are up against KN here. Could be a difficult positioning for them, but we'll see. Oh no, that was DRX up against KN. Yeah.
I believe so.
But Team Spirit looking to move across the river over up to the north side of Rosehawk. They do end up doing it, and it is going to be VPE versus A7. A7, I feel like, could definitely win this game if they can win this altercation here. Schweppes does go down. Mafioso now on point there with a double knock. Coming on in across the way. Can they do it? Yes, they can. A very easy sweep for A7, and this is why I think they're looking good for a win. The way that they're just cleaning up these teams in less than 10 seconds with no knocks at all is looking very good for them. Actually, A7 2v4'd that because they are a duo right now. I don't know where they lost players, but they 2v4'd that. Yes, come on producers, give us this replay. I love to see it. Nolbu going on down. That was a 1v3 by Milu. But Chips bringing it back. Bringing it back, baby. PMGC for a reason.
Yeah, this is just look at the HP, 0 HP.
Bonk.
Peeking,
Bonk.
and my god.
Yeah,
I mean
so
honestly,
nice.
I gotta clap for that. That was sensational.
Standing ovation. Top. Oh, just a little overcooked. That's so sad. But Top gets taken out in return, and that's going to be the end of APG now. Team Spirit rolling through CD Alliance, trying to find any sort of knocks that they can here. There we go. That's going to be Cluck taken on out here. But that's about it. That's the only elim that they find as we move on into zone. And you said about Thunder Talk and their quadrant over here. You're right. If Thunder Talk can just rotate a little bit, get a little bit closer together, tighten up that split, they're looking very good for that next zone.
Yeah, right now it's a phenomenal position for them. Just gotta make sure they work that area now. BTR taking out Influence Rage completely, it seems. Down to 2 members, actually. Now Cole, Iftar on his own against Julo and the Apollo. Nate comes in, gets the knock, and Iftar is gonna be knocked out. And Reject cleaning up their first elimination. Voin Donkey, Bexy gets knocked and gets eliminated as well. LGD seeing them coming up. They're running after Cole. Leon, I believe. Afu was knocked. Looks like they'll be able to get the revive, no problem. Leon will be followed up as well. He hits the ground, and Cole left with one player alive at this point. And LGD consistently putting up good numbers throughout this tournament so far. Very happy with the performance that this PEL representative has been able to show. And BTR showing us that, you know, their best years aren't behind them just yet. There's more to come this year from the Indonesian representative in BTR Vitality.
Oh. Tianyu again with the off angle, able to do some real damage onto Voin Donkey. There we go, that's the double knock coming in from Tianyu there. Where's the rest of that squad though? There they are in that vehicle just rolling on past. That's Zeta. Unable to do anything except run away. What can you do? There's no way you're going to be able to get that revive up at all. Potato is going to go down as well. And, oh, Zeta gets found out. I think that might have been DK actually moving up and taking that vehicle from them. But now, again, these two teams going to be clashing here. Afu does go down. Team Spirit takes him out. Nomi could go down very quickly, though. That is going to be the finish if they can get it. No, they can't. Tian needs to go for that finish. Gets effect, but gets taken out himself. It's neck and neck here. Kitsune next on the board. Takes one. Gets that finish. Gets that Elim. Takes out Ling. And that is it. A full reset for Team Spirit. Unless Osal has anything to say about it. Matic does go down here. Noble with the nade. Could be huge. Doesn't do much. Nomi does get taken out there. Oh, that is a shame for Team Spirit because that could have been such a great full reset. What a way to start off game number 3, but nope. DK gonna have something to say about it. DRX getting wiped from the lobby so quickly there. They thought it was open. It was not. 8 eliminations now for D plus Kia.
Yeah, finally showing some signs of life in this game. Yes, I know they have 36 points so far, but they're in 13th place.
Divine?
You need to do a lot more if you want to get yourself to that top 5, but we'll leave that for later, as now Divine and Reject are going to be pulling up towards Team Spirit in the 4v2 situation. Team Spirit, we know what they can do. They are able to take this fight. They just need to find themselves an opening. They need to find themselves the first knock. Give themselves a little bit of time because they are outside the zone, or get a knock onto one of the people that is pushing them. Not able to. Now, Reject getting closer and closer for this push. Team Spirit, there's no opportunity for them to get in a vehicle and run away.
No.
Because all the other squads are waiting for them. Knock from Apollo signals the push for the rest of squad of Reject. You can see they're already getting in the cars. There's no need to provide cover as Matic is going to be on his own. Smoke on the left side. Just to delay the fish. Oh, Matic!
Whoa!
He gets one knock, but okay, Julo's like, all right, calm down. Hold up. It's not going to be one of those. It's not going to be one of those like 1v4. We all make mistakes. And he went, no, we're not doing this. Finishes it off. D plus Kia with 9 eliminations. Nolbu, who's on his own, I think a little bit too far though.
Yeah.
Should be going back because if he gets knocked, there's no way in hell he's going to be able to get revived. It's going to be very difficult.
What I mean, what a fight from all of these teams. I like that Noble being very respectful here, looking for that scout, looking for that opportunity, but he's really not wanting to move up too close and get taken out too early here. Team Spirit played that very well, but, you know, that was really well timed from Rejects. There was nothing they could really do about that. So that is going to be Team Spirit with a valiant effort. They go out, but it's one of those things where it's not a mistake. It's just how the game shapes up. Rejects timed that to perfection. Really easy few elims picked up by them. Still up as a full squad. That's what you want to see coming into the top 8, top 7, end game or end zone. The last few zones, you want to see that kind of proactivity coming through here. Divine now with this nade. They know that somebody's here. They know that the full squad's here. They're looking to push on this, but do they know Finale is right here?
Well, let's see if they know or not, because Weibo is once again positioning themselves in a fantastic area right now in the middle of the zone. Something that they claim to be luck. I think it is skill, and they are just humble.
I agree. I agree 100%. Tamara does go on down there. Ozzy-san trying to get anything he can. Apollo is knocked on the side of rejects. Can they get that revive? It is entirely possible. Regiosio, especially with that off angle, it just means that they can't do anything here. They really can't peek over that ridge or anything, so Kinotrope might just have to fall back on this one, but no! They don't wanna. They don't want to lose this fight. They need this positioning. As we go over to DK, Notable is down. They're gonna... Osal very close to being down as well there with that mini. But that's not gonna be the end just yet. They're gonna fall back, reset, and Thundertalk might just have a really, really good side of zone here. 3 eliminations. Not the biggest we've seen from them. Not the biggest we've seen at all here, certainly in this zone, but they've been able to just keep to themselves, right? They had a large side of zone, and they were able to just kind of play their own game, and now when they start coming up against teams, they're ready for them.
Yeah, that they are. Thundertalk throwing a couple of smokes to get them some cover, but it does not stop bullets. Now they're trying to see if they can finish this fight. The longer it goes on for it, the worse it gets. Weibo, my lord. Their position is just the best possible position you could ask for. One of the only compounds, if not the only compound, in the zone at the moment. If they hold their ground, they will be able to maintain that first place. And look at that now. Please, that's getting the knock onto Mark, securing that 5th elimination for Weibo. It's not really a compound. It's more of a small house, bigger than a shack. We'll get back to that positioning later, as now BTR will be moving from the northern side. Kinotrope was eliminated, and D plus Kia decide to full send. They want this fight. Knock onto King. Knock onto AJ maybe, but he does turn it around. He does go for the trade. It's 1-for-1. And all of a sudden, it's Tianyu on his own. And Nolbu, D plus Kia survive on clutches in this game. They refuse to go down. And this is why they're one of the best teams in the world. You can never count them out. And BTR are sending it on that side of the map. And so
and rejects!
Oh my god, the whole server's ending up here. This is not fair. This is not fair. You see how you need to take down these world champions? You need the whole server over here to fight them, to bring them to their knees. And they're still not all dead.
No, they're still fighting. There
now
we
they
go.
are.
That's the last nade. The last nade to just take them out. But Sandstorm, what does this mean for WBG? Because they're the only team that didn't go for this. They know there's a big fight happening.
Oh, they're
Rejects,
over the moon.
They are. This is like a win just handed to them. Rejects, I mean, they do actually disengage immediately here. Really nicely played from Rejects not to get drawn into a fight they don't need. But BTR now know exactly where they are. They put themselves into a corner of the zone they didn't want to be in. And WBG now have full control of this zone. Not like last game, where they had control, they had the zone, but not the control of it. This terrain gives them so much control over the rest of the other teams. And that's going to be Divine going on down. It's just Reiji left. Can he do something? He steps up. No, he cannot. Order gets the job done. 7 eliminations for WBG, and now it's just them and BTR, a 2v4. BTR could still win this, but WBG, they have the control.
They really do, and BTR, I mean, they have the control, they have the numbers, they have everything. They've seen Team Spirit come out with a back-to-back chicken dinner and challenge for that first place spot. And this is the response from Weibo. Quite possibly a chicken dinner of their own. Might not be the juiciest or the spiciest chicken dinners, but it's going to end up with 9 eliminations if they secure those last 2 of BTR. And it's 19 points that are going to catapult them over the 100-point mark in the end of the 9th game. They're averaging around 10 to 11 points per game. Weibo wants this title. They need this title. And I don't think they're going to give it any kind of chance for BTR to get this chicken dinner. They're not being so aggressive. They're not giving them the fight. They still have players in control of the zone, Nep. Except that. They don't have that. They don't have Sook anymore.
They don't have Sook. He keeps getting taken out before he can use his explosive bow, Sandstorm. It's such a shame. But Razy just gonna fall back. Doesn't get knocked just yet, but now the zone has just decided, you know what, BTR, this game isn't for you. You got 2nd place. That's all you can do. Unless you can pull something out of the hat. That is super magical. Hang on, 33 does go on down. That's the off angle taken out by WBG, but Razy immediately goes down here. Federals might just be the next to fall, especially with that P90 in tow. That's 2 down for WBG. Now, where do BTR go with this? I mean, they have to get that reset, but is there going to be anything they can do? Great Molotov. Hang on here. Hang on.
No. Weibo, what doing? I mean, look. Relax. It's all fine. They still have the zone. They still have the, well, they may not have the, they still do have the numbers, okay?
They still have the numbers.
They are up against Federals in the MVP, but it is going to be a 3v1. They should be able to get the revive onto Suk, unless this nade gets the knock onto both. Nope. Overcooked on that front. Just yeet everything you got. Throw it all. Still wait. Weibo are like, you know what? It doesn't matter. We have the advantage. Finally, Suk pulls up one more time. Federals gets the knock up to the first one, switches up, and now it's gonna be Order with that P90. Absolutely shreds him. And there it is. Finally, it was made incredibly difficult, but Weibo still secure their chicken dinner, and they will hold on to that #1 spot.
Jeez. That was touch and go for a second, but they brought it back. That's exactly what they wanted to see. Yeah, that was ooh. Federals, man, what a player he's been so far today. Like, what a player. He really went and looked at a 2v4 at a 1v3 and went, I can do this. And he nearly did it as well, but WBG gonna be able to clutch it back up. That zone control, that positioning just was gonna do the work in the end. Really, really good stuff. And yeah, they're back on top now. They maintained their leaderboard position. If you saw in the middle of the game, Team Spirit were on top. They surpassed WBG. Not anymore. They are back on top, baby. They are ready to go. Next game's going to be one more Erangel. Can they do something to even further that gap?
Right now, their goal is to just hold on to it because they saw the massive threat that was Team Spirit in the first 2 games of the day and realized, okay, it's not going to be as easy as we thought it was to hold on to this lead. So, boys, let's step it up a little bit. And boy, they did in this game. Almost threw it, almost. But they caught it in the end. They didn't allow the game to run away or get out of their hands. They were able to get those 9 eliminations. But I guess we saw the amount of respect that Weibo was giving to Federals at the end of that fight as well. Like, they weren't just pushing him out in the open. They were trying. He just made it incredibly difficult for them to pull up to him.
He really, really did. He knows his angles. He knows his nades. I love watching him so much. Oh, what a team. What a player. What a team coming in here. And this is why I keep saying I think today you can always feel a vibe off of a team when they're looking for a win. They're hungry for it. They want it, but they're just not quite getting there. And I think for BTR today especially, I feel that in them, that they're wanting that win. They almost had it in this game. Next game is another Erangel. If Erangel is where they really want to get it, then they have one more opportunity coming up. They absolutely could do something with this Sandstorm.
They really could. They just have to make sure that they don't really make the mistakes that we've seen from other teams. I want to say, for example, specifically that one. That's just an early mistake. So something like that costs you rotations, that costs you ability to gather information. A loss like that so early in the game. And I think on some level, it may just demoralize the players slightly. I say slightly, not too much. Because it's just, well, from the beginning of the game, it's already going bad. We already lost X player or Y player. So we already have to adapt. We're already at a disadvantage. The mind games, the mental game is something that we have to be wary of in those kinds of games. And in these kinds of tournaments at this level, for sure.
Yeah. I will also just point out, though, is that we're starting to see the gap widen amongst these teams.
That we are.
We are. And in that game, WBG up to 85 plus points there. Whereas 7th place, 8th place, 6th place even are still in the 40-point range. So we went from everybody being in the same 10, 15, maybe even 20-point difference to now WBG, Team Spirit, I'm not sure who is third place right now, but those top three kind of being 40 points away from the rest of the lobby. So there really is this shift away from it being so close. We might end up having a top-heavy leaderboard after all.
And Weibo with that chicken dinner, I want to say we've seen the chicken dinners in the past day and a half, I want to say. This may be one of the lowest ones in terms of damage.
Yep.
Maybe?
Yeah, true, actually. That is. They really kept to themselves in this one. They focused on zone control, focused on getting to that position where they could actually do something. So 9 elims, not bad, obviously, but yeah, it's some crazy stuff coming in there damage-wise, you're right.
And regarding the match ranking, let's see how that's going to impact the overall ranking once the game is done. But the scoreboard very close for those first 4 teams. 19 for Weibo, 16 for D plus Kia with those 12 eliminations. They secured 10 as well for Reject. Exceptionally top heavy end in this game. Spirit with 6 eliminations in that game as well. So they were still trying to remain close to Weibo. But I do love this response from Weibo to Spirit. It's like Spirit gets 2 chicken dinners. Weibo's like, all right, calm down. We're still here. we're still playing. Yeah, it's our turn to get the chicken dinner.
Yep.
And one thing I really like about the graphic that we have and the way they outline it is it gives us so much to work with in terms of look at day 1 and what they were able to do, and look at day 2 now. For example, 3 games for Tianba and 1 point only.
Wow. Yeah, it's a rough place to be in. Here we go. WBG, they have grabbed 100 points on the board. That is nearly 50 points in 3 games that they have secured for themselves. Look at match 1 to 6, 58 points on the board. Now we're at 100. WBG, and of course Order gonna be your MVP. So cool to see him back on that MVP list. 6 eliminations, 654 damage, 56% team contribution. He was really stepping it up for his team.
He really was. The question is, will he be able to get to that top 4 in damage or eliminations? Not eliminations yet, as Federals is on to 25. Beast, monster, godlike from Federals. I don't know what else to say. Again, look at the 1v4 situation he was in and how scared it felt like Weibo was stepping up to him. 4,800 damage. 1.3k more damage than second place at the moment in No Me from Team Spirit. Doc and Afu are still there with their 3.5k for Doc and 3.3 for Afu respectively. Incredible performance from these players, and I can't wait to see what happens in the second half of today's games. We have one more Erangel to wrap up that map, and then we're gonna have 2 Miramars to see what happens at the end of day 2. And don't forget, it is gonna be points from day 1 and 2 for that first place plus 30, and that is the threshold. For now, we're gonna be taking a short break before we jump into our 4th match in the day, so we'll see you guys then. We continue with our second half of the games, with our second day of the competition for the PUBG Mobile Hong Kong Invitational. Weibo are being pushed to their limit. With a back-to-back chicken dinner in our first two games by Team Spirit, they had the opportunity to take away that first place spot. But looks like Weibo are not going down without a fight, and they got themselves the third game of the day, and they have finally broken the 100-point barrier. They have built themselves quite a decent lead in front of the other teams. What will they be able to do in this one? Can they build up on that lead, or will the other squads catch up, Nep, as we are entering our final Erangel map of the day?
I mean, we're not only in our last Erangel of the day, but halfway point of day 2 right now. So not only are we starting to see teams do what they can, we're also getting that much closer, and oh my goodness, that zone, but we're getting that much closer to knowing what the point threshold is going to be for day number 2. Who's going to be in that smash zone? Remember, it is the top 1 position, the first place team's points plus 30. So if WPG, for instance, top the leaderboard at the end of the day with 130 points, they have to reach 160 tomorrow before they can start getting those wins, working towards those wins to actually get into a win and become the champion. So not only is there a huge road ahead for them today, there's a road ahead tomorrow. It's not just everything counts from the first match, and Vampires wanting to move in, trying to get that one solo player, can't manage to do it. They've run out of ammo now, so they've lost their chance there. Can Finale gonna be very, very happy with that? Oh, and it lands it. Finale with the flare.
Style points.
Woo!
10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, I'm giving you that. Well played, Finale. We take those. That was
GG.
phenomenal.
That was awesome. Shut it all down now. We've got our play of the day.
Yeah, we've got our highlight reel set up now. That's it. We're done. GG, go next.
Very nicely done. Very cool stuff to see indeed. But yeah, the halfway point of today means a lot of these teams, if you're not, I almost want to say if you're not in the top 3, top 2 even, you're kind of starting to worry a little bit, because we are seeing a little bit of a gap going on here. No longer are we 10 points between 2nd place and 7th. It's more like 30 points now. You've got WPG at 100, a big gap there between them and Team Spirit at 85. BTR and Team Spirit still fairly close, but then again you got LGD at 64, 59, 57, 55, that's still very close. But that top 3 really starting to pull away from everybody else. So hitting the halfway point today, 4th and down are starting to panic a little bit.
And the thing is, you can't let that panic set in. The second it does, you start to question every single decision you are making. And then you spend more time in your head than in the actual game, and next thing you know, you've been eliminated, no points to gain. Don't really want to be putting yourself in that situation. DRX doing a little bit of scouting. They see Razak from Donkey. There's only an iron sight on that, so Razak is able to just kind of dodge away from that. Things remain calm for now, but it won't be that calm for that much longer.
No. Not with this zone. It's actually interesting because it's a similar zone that we saw from the last game as well. It's gone up to the northern side, it's gone up to Severny. Donkey again going to be in a great position in this zone. A7 as well, actually, moving on up to North George. So that's going to be them looking very good, kind of out of the way, not in the middle of all the stuff that's going to be happening down to the south side. Remember, you've got a lot of teams that are outside the zone on that south side. You've got BTR, you've got Tianba, you've got Team Spirit, you've got CDAL Alliance, EPG, and Thundertalk Gaming, all outside the zone. Rejects as well, I think. So a lot of those teams are going to be moving onto that southern side. You're going to see a lot of clashes, a lot of fights happening. So for the teams that are on the north side, that means that it's automatic placement, or automatic better placement than if you're on the south side.
I agree. I like that. you think they're going to do it, though? Are they going to be able to pull it off?
A7?
Mhm.
Yeah, they could. They could do
Here's
it.
the thing. A7 have had a strong start with the chicken dinner in Sanhok on day 1.
Mm-hmm.
They've had a couple of good fights in a few of the other games throughout day 1, and then after that, they were in top 5 contending with the best teams. Now they're all the way in 9th. Yes, I know the gap between 5th and 9th is only 6 or 7 points. Still, it's just one more thing that's on your mind. Because now you're thinking about jumping from 9th to 5th as the first thing, and then from 5th to 1st. You're thinking, okay, no, from 9th to 1st, it's 47. It's 47 points. And think if there's still 30 points on top of it that will get added.
Yeah.
And then you have to cross that and then get a chicken dinner. Then you may have matches, but that doesn't mean that the team that crosses the threshold will fail every single matches.
No, exactly right. Especially when we're seeing the kind of performances we're seeing from the top 3, from the top 4, right? They're consistently good every single time. Now, that could easily change. Once you hit that point threshold, teams are going to start looking at you a little bit more. They're going to try and thwart your rotations. You might even see a hot drop from some of the lower placed teams. But it is very, very likely that a WBG, a Team Spirit, a BTR, LGD, whoever is going to be able to clutch it and win via smash rules. So for those teams that are outside of that, who need those points to keep up with that top 3, that top 4, yeah, it's looking a little bit scary for you guys. So A7, they need a win in this game, I feel like, to have that momentum for the next 2 games as well. It's the same with Rejects, it's the same with APG, same with Vampires as well. Vampires have not lost a player on landing in this game, so you know what, we'll take the win.
See if they do. Reject. They're going to be holding down the fort here. This compound is theirs. APG, another one of the teams that's been very quiet. And one of the things I did mention about APG is like, hey, they're one of the teams that's being told, hey, you will win this tournament. Like, this tournament is yours. And I said it's going to either make them or break them. It's either going to help them perform or it's going to be too much pressure and then they're going to crash. And it seems that what happened in PMGO 4, the same lineup that's technically not the whole lineup, but the majority of the players in Top Duck and Zeol. And just thinking about it, it's once again another one of those situations where the pressure feels like it gets to them. And then they're not able to perform to the level that everyone sees. And it's just, again, regional dominance does unfortunately does not always transfer to the international stage.
I mean, it goes both ways though as well. Team Spirit are a renowned global team, but they can't seem to get those same sort of points, those same sort of results in a regional lobby. It's very odd how they're just unable to sort of adapt to their local metas, to their local teams, but they come out onto the world stage and they are back-to-back chicken dinners all of a sudden, right? Just last week was PMSL CSA. They didn't get anywhere near the top 3. And here they are in second place, ahead, miles ahead of a lot of the rest of the lobby here. So it's like, it's a very strange thing how some of these teams' dynamics just end up being that way, where they have this strength and they have this weakness, and it really messes their season up.
Yeah, and you can't be having that, especially with a few weeks away from another global tournament in the PUBG Mobile World Cup, where some of these teams are going to be participating in that tournament. So it's very good practice for them to be playing against some competitors and just some other very talented and strong teams.
Oh, hang on. BTR, again, looking for those points. They're in third place, 78 points on the board.
Oh,
now 79. It is always Federals. You always have to watch out. Federals is always going to be somewhere in your vicinity. Sitar, try to evade some trees here. 101 on how not to drive. And moving in through the blue zone, right? We got a late rotation coming in from BTR. If I can see correctly, where did BTR come in from? BTR came in from past Yasnaya, past Mansion, so probably Lipovka's or Shelter is where they were situated, where they dropped. So they've got a long rotation ahead of them, but I was going to say a fairly easy rotation into zone, but no, WBG all over that north side, so it's going to be a difficult spot for them to get in. You can see them here now in a big 2-2 split. One outside Severny, the other closer to the lake area. So we'll see how that goes as we get into a fight here. Ling goes down, LGD lose one to Vampire. So, that's LGD down to a trio. Schweb's able to heal back on up because these guys are out in the zone. You do not want that. Tian just going to be moving on out.
Not for long, anyways.
There's no point. There's no point in taking this fight.
I agree, but it seems that they do not. They set their sights onto Tian, and they want that point. They want that elim. No, Tony K. Hold on, Schweppes might be able to get the goal. A little bit of just a couple of bullets. That's it. That's all you need. Tian, lovely rotation to be able to make it out of there alive. It will take them a little bit of time to get to the zone, but they should be able to nonetheless. Weibo focusing on the northern side of the zone. Alpha 7 also going to be coming in from the likes of shooting range towards that northern side. Will be coming up from behind Weibo. Curious to see how that fight's going to go, especially with first place team being involved in this fight. Team Spirit and DRX along with Voin Donkey in two buildings next to each other. Oh baby, this is gonna be spicy as Potato drops down. Not really gonna be able to do much except realize that there's 3 people in his building and go back upstairs.
Ooh,
guys, gentleman's agreement. How about that? Gentleman's agreement? Do we agree on it?
Nice.
I'm not sure. Potato, there's too many angles for him to watch out for.
What?
Is he gonna be able to get at least like one knock? I am surprised he hasn't been able to. Decides to jump out the window, goes down to the lower floor. I believe the players from DRX are perfectly capable of seeing him at the moment. Voin Donkey though, Razak jumps into the fight alongside Potato and the rest of the Voin Donkey squad. Sex has something to say about that though. As Hyunbin is knocked, it doesn't mean that he can't fight, but he will finally go down, and it is going to be Voin Donkey who wins that skirmish. But we are not done just yet, as Team Spirit are also involved in this fight, and a nade dropped right next to Matic. Will be able to take him down, and all of a sudden Nomi is the last one left alive from Team Spirit. Weibo stole the elimination onto Matic and Kitsune. They took them away from Voin Donkey. Every single point being stolen, and now Nomi just gets 1% entering right into the building. Will go for a trade, but he was the last alive, so he will not survive. And Potato will keep on keeping on with the rest of his squad, and Voin Donkey finally getting a decent amount of points in one game. Can they combine those 5 eliminations with placement points?
This is where Team Spirit have to be careful. We don't want to overdo it. They've had a really good run so far. Yeah, it's fine. They can have a 0-point game, a couple of point game. It's fine, right? We all have those games in a day. But Team Spirit can't get ahead of themselves. They can't be going too crazy now. They've got those points. They've got where they want to be. Now they just need to maintain. They need to play it carefully. Not necessarily safely, but play it carefully, right? BTR now under fire potentially here. Maybe not quite. Afu preferring life, I think, to trying and getting a shot there. He's going to just wait for his team, hold on to this position. BTR in a great little spot now. Sitar checking that off angle, checking the backside to make sure that nobody's coming up behind them. But Sandstorm, APG have full control of Rozhawk. Really, really interesting decision by everybody to move on up, and that puts APG in such a nice position here. Goodness me.
Listen. Having the position is one thing, but if they're able to hold on to it, they could benefit massively from it. Let's see if they will do that. BTR now, full squad, 4 are still alive. They only have 1 elimination, but with Team Spirit out for the count in this game, not being able to get any points added to their tally, that means there's a chance for BTR, LGD, and the other teams to get closer to Team Spirit. But that also means that for Weibo Gaming, they are starting to build an even bigger cushion. which could pose a problem. Now, it could be a big problem.
Could be a massive problem. I mean, for BTR and LGD, Team Spirit going out was the best thing that could have happened. Yes, WBG aren't out anytime soon, probably not, but if they can grab a couple extra points, close that gap. If Team Spirit are out, that means they can't have a good game like they have been having. So there's big potential here for both of those teams to step up, close that gap, and be in contention for that top 2 position when we get over into those Miramars.
And we're gonna get to those after this one. It's still Erangel's time at the moment. Influence. Phenomenal performance that we've seen in the first game of the day for them, followed by another phenomenal performance from Alpha 7 with the 2 squad wipes in a row. Let's see if they can manage to wipe this one squad that fights like they're 4 in APG. But then, Ozzy-san from KN was actually able to get the knock. Alpha will lose one of their players. The nades are going to keep on coming through. The elimination will go to Ozzy-san. The point will be in their favor. It's not going to go to APG. Rufus, a little bit too excited there. APG are looking for another knock, but it looks like Revo will respond with a knock onto Top, who was a little bit overeager with that play. Mafioso now will also get knocked. Lots of damage onto Squash. Still no push from the team. Squash again once more. The nades are dealing quite a bit of damage to the lineup of Alpha 7, but APG, you know there's only one member left alive in there right now. Get in there and secure that fight. Secure those points and secure this compound. You mentioned it, Nep. APG were the ones that have complete control over Rozok, but right now, well, they secured the final elimination. Now it's only Revo. Whip out those shotguns and go for that push. Secure that 4th elimination. And don't you dare get 1v4'd.
Well, Refus is just stepped a little bit too close to the sun there. There we go. Gonna be able to heal back on up. Now the push happens. Doc goes in on his own. Nearly got the docketing. Instead, Revo just got docked. GG's going to APG there. That's gonna be full squad elimination. Nobody losing anything except A7, of course. Vampires did just take out, was that DK? I think? So Vampires doing some work as well. Good to see them doing something up to the northern side there. But in the meantime, I feel like APG took so long with that fight. Not necessarily so long, but they took a while with it. Now you have actually CD Alliance in Rozhok itself. They have actually taken up that space, filled that vacuum, and now they've got a really good spot.
That they do. But unfortunately, they are not in the best of spots when it comes to the overall leaderboard. And BTR joins in being eliminated in 11th place, missing out on an opportunity to get closer to the #1 spot. So now, distance between 4th and 1st is around 38 points. LGD, Influence, KN, and APG, you had to use this game. But we're going to get back to that later as Suk from Weibo once more whipping out that bow, showing us what he's made of. Oh! Whoo! What? Yo, hold on.
Okay,
Well,
Suk,
I thought something was going to happen there.
He's got 22 arrows. He's got 22.
Come on,
He
Legolas,
is
show us what
ready.
you're made of.
Come on.
He's just going to town with those arrows, unleashing them one right after the other. Not able to deal a lot of damage, if any, on the side of Vampire. But looks like Potato from Point Donkey has that line of sight that he needs.
I tell you what, Boy Donkey, they stepped up 6 elims so far in this game, and they're looking for more. Really nicely played from them so far. They have drawn the attention of more teams than they would have liked, I think, though. WBG also looking over at them, Order figuring things out, but there we go. Potato's going to be on board now. Zeta, quick pickup from Zeta, able to just bring him back to safety. Really well played by Void Donkey. This is exactly what we wanted to see from them.
If we're going to see it from them, we have to see it now. We have to see it in this game. That's what I feel, Nep. specifically for those teams in the bottom of the leaderboard. And it's still baffling to me that now the fact that Weibo, with the lead that they have, they are not going through the same troubles that Spirit, BTR, and the teams that are trying to follow them. They're not the ones that are feeling the pressure. And again, I have to commend them for the incredible positioning that they seem to be finding time and time again. I mean, look, you can come in an interview and tell me, yeah, we got lucky. This isn't luck.
No.
This is pure calculations. This is movement with reason. They're not going for the compound just because, oh, guys, it was empty, so let's just take it. No, they're moving with purpose.
They really are. They're moving with purpose. They're moving together as a team, fluidly. You're obviously talking to each other as well, right? So really nice to see from them, see them working as a team here. LGD have control of the bridge, and that's not always a good thing. Who is from Tianba is doing the big drift there. That's gonna be aching, just clearing some tires there. GG's. But we go over to Tianba and Influence Rage. The two of them going head to head. Mealy does go down, unable to secure that 1v3 like last game, and that's gonna be Tianba out down to a solo only. Influence Rage not caring who you are or what you do, you just gotta get out of their way.
Oh baby, we finished that fight and we switch on over to LGD and APG in top, letting it rip with that P90, or rather with that M4. He had a P90 in the previous game, not this time around. Actually, it's MVM with the P90. I know I saw it somewhere on the screen. And he is the one that's letting it rip with a knock onto Rufus now, and he's going to keep up that pressure on the APG lineup. Switching over to Influence Rage. They were fighting Tianba, but now Vampire says, no, 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 no. You are fighting us now. It is a 2v2 in this compound. Nade, I believe, falls down. No, it is going to be a smoke to give them a little bit of cover. Tian will secure that elimination onto Tianba. Influence Rage turned it around. They say, you want to take the fight to us? Fine. Seems like it will be going in favor of Influence Rage. And Vampire once more being taken out. And now LGD and Influence starting to rack up those eliminations that they need to follow Weibo. But it looks like we may be looking at a back-to-back chicken dinner from Weibo. Let's see if that's how it breaks out now as Void and Donkey set their sights on him. And Order sets them straight with a quick knock.
I mean, Influence Rage with 7 elims have put themselves into 4th place ahead of LGD. So LGD also have to do something here to maintain that top 4 position if they want to. They're currently tied, but APG also in the mix, tied with KN as well. 33 does go down to Diego, that off angle from across the river being nasty to WBG here. They need to clear the back end because they're getting sandwiched very, very quickly here. We move over to top, getting absolutely taken out, destroyed here from that angle. And actually CD Alliance playing a very good game here. Where was this from them? Okay, never mind. Doc. Double nade. Doc with the double nade. I mean, I'm not even going to blame CD Alliance for that one. That was just Doc all over. So, oof. Let's see.
Oof, indeed. Well, let's see if CDAL Alliance now with that last member surviving. What can he do for his squad? Lorenzen and Influence with those 8 eliminations. I feel like when Influence perform, they either have nothing or just incredible points. It's either a high point game or a very, very low point game. Maybe there's no middle ground, it seems, with INF, but we'll see how they are able to perform until the end of the day. Will the consistency be there? Will they be able to follow up Weibo Gaming and stay relevant in the race for top 1? We'll continue to find that out later. Now, Void Donkey on the lower side of this hill up against Weibo, but it's still Influence Rage that is grabbing their attention. And Influence Rage that seems to be in the best position in this zone. So Weibo will be in a little bit of a tough spot. How will they be able to deal with it?
Great nade from Law. Huge nade from Law. My goodness me. Influence Rage saw that they had a job to do, and by golly, are they doing it. They're just eliminating the entire north side, and their position's such a strong one. They've got a really nice ridge, a really nice little bit of high ground over this side of the river. So they're able to do a lot of work with this. 10 eliminations on the board for Influence Rage right now. I mean, this is insanely big for Influence Rage. They weren't that far behind, and now the gap is closing dramatically. So, let's see. There goes CD Alliance. Zol able to just clean them up, but there's one more team in the way of APG. Top goes down to the play zone here. So for APG, this might not be such a good thing. They also have LGD ahead of them. If Top goes out to the blue zone, there's nothing they can do. Doc goes out now. There's only one thing left to do, and that is Yul going to just gun it for the river, get in there, survive a little longer. Their game is effectively over at this point. 33 going on out there.
Oh,
WBG
hold on.
eliminated.
Yo. 7 eliminations on Vexy, 13 on
Wow.
Point Donkey. Okay, I mean,
Okay.
if I'm being honest, I feel like the alarm was snoozed multiple times, but they're finally awake, they're finally alive with this kind of performance. Could this be what brings them back? I mean, look, you're gonna need a heck of a lot more points in the next 2 games as well to be relevant. But this is an amazing start right now for Point Donkey. LGD, INF, and Weibo. Or sorry, rather, Influence Rage, LGD, and Point Donkey will be the last squads alive. Influence Rage looking to get themselves even more eliminations and deny BD the opportunity to get more. They will get their 11th and their 12th. And they focus on Potato now. Last member alive, I want to say, from the side of VD. But he goes straight into the embracing arms of LGD. And Afu will say, listen, you can run, you can hide, you can swim. But at the end of the day, you will be eliminated, and LGD will secure that. Now, it's a 4v3. Influence Rage, who have had the upper hand in the position, continue to hold that high ground with a lovely 2-2 split up against LGD. Playing towards that coastline, it's going to be incredibly difficult for LGD, as this is an uphill battle for their chicken dinner.
Figuratively and literally, Sandstorm. But MVM does have that P90 in play, and if somebody comes over as a solo or something like that, that could play a huge part in what's going to be happening next. Couple of nades in the hand of Lil Boy, though, could deal a death blow here. Let's see, Tian has a nade in hand. Afu with that off angle. But Diego also has the off angle, so then that is matched as well. Very evenly split, evenly positioned. Just INF have that position. They have the high ground. They have that info. If LGD so much as moves a muscle, they will know about it.
I would believe so, so maybe don't flex. Wait. We're terrible with the jokes sometimes,
Yeah,
but it's
you
fine.
are.
LGD and Influence Rage. MVN trying to hide in the
P90.
bushes, trying to hide in the bit of the grass, but Lil Boy spots him out. And we were able to secure the kill. No, not able to secure the elimination there. Will be trading 1-4 now, but it's still a 3v2 in favor of Influence Rage. Oh my lord, that nade blows Tian back with a blinking health bar. And again, LGD holding on. 4v2 with a revive possible now for Influence. And the center zone, I think it's still going to be favoring Influence Rage here. They should be able to wrap this one up. This might be able to catapult them, I believe, to maybe 90 points. Something like that. So they should be within 10 to 15 points of Weibo. Which could be very important in the grand scheme of things. Now Diego with this opening though. That's it. Yo, they don't even need to move. They don't even need to go. The Brazilians are masters with their grenades. And they will be able to take them out without even seeing them in those final moments. And I believe this is the second chicken dinner for Influence Rage in the competition. Definitely a morale booster for this squad as we head into the last 2 maps of the second day.
Jeez. their second win of the tournament, and that propels them into that top 5 with ease. Maybe even the top 3. I have to see those exact points coming forward, but what a game from them, controlling the north side until the very, very end. They played that very well. They didn't go overboard. They didn't overextend. They didn't overpeak. They were able to move back when they needed to, and they just played that with such control that there was no way they weren't going to get the win from that. Big GG's going over to Influence Rage here. Brazil showing up.
I mean, they are. Alpha 7, they had a lot of good fights. We mentioned this before. I want to say like a third party and a fourth party that they were able to deal with. INF, Influence Rage, was able to quickly handle 2 squads back to back. Very impressive play from the Brazilian representatives at this invitational tournament. And I want to see more of it. And it's very surprising to see Influence Rage perform so incredibly well while looking at their counterparts in Alpha 7, who have been faltering bit by bit, day by day, the more we progress in this tournament. Which is very unlike Alpha 7.
Yeah, that's true. It is true. Maybe we'll see a bit of a comeback. And speaking of comebacks, Voin Donkey coming into the mix there. Top 3. Huge points going over to them. But Sandstorm, I feel like it's just a little bit too late now, right? We could, if we had seen that at the beginning of the day, maybe game 2, then there would have been a lot more of a chance for them to come back and fight for that point threshold positioning. But now with only 2 more games left to go, they've got 50 points to actually get before they can think about competing with those teams at the top, that it kind of feels like it's a little bit too late.
Too late indeed, and you can't really leave it to that kind of timing in a tournament like this, where it's a grand final or a final, 3 days, 6 maps per day, 9 on the last one, if we manage to go all the way. But the way it seems to be going, I mean, it's quite possible for a team like Weibo to get 30 points, I'd say, in 3 games, and then get a chicken dinner in the 4th one. They could average that. Or they could even go for a back-to-back chicken dinner where they get like 30 points in 1 game, instantly secure that, and then just move forward.
That's true. It is possible. It is still possible. It's just going to be incredibly difficult, but they managed to do a really good game in this last game. Can they do something else now? We're starting to move into our Miramars in the next game. Erangel is done. It is over. It is finished. We're heading to the desert in the next couple of games. I don't know what that means for any of these teams, because Miramar's a map where you play so differently. It's a very different vibe. Different teams come out on top. It's gonna be interesting to watch.
So far, this tournament has been incredibly interesting to watch. Let's have a quick rundown through the highlights and see exactly how Influence Rage managed to make it all the way towards the end of the game and get themselves that juicy chicken dinner with, I believe, 13, maybe 14 eliminations so far. Definitely some much needed points for this team.
They are indeed some really big stuff coming through here, though. You see APG against A7. Yeah, it's interesting with A7. What we've been seeing from them is not really all that sort of, what's the word? Uplifting, I guess, is kind of the right word. They had a really big game day 1. They started off the tournament with winning the match. Then we didn't see too much of them, but they were still consistent. Today they came out really guns blazing, lots of elims, lots of power, but then again we're seeing the same sort of trajectory where towards the end of the day they start dropping off a little bit. We're not seeing the fights that we were seeing even in the game before this one, right? They're just not getting those back-to-back elims, they're not getting points really at all, and maybe this is just a bad game, but going into Miramar, based off of what we saw yesterday, it kind of feels like a trajectory.
Let's see what that trajectory is going to be, and now we're seeing it's actually 15 eliminations that they were able to secure. 2.8k damage in that one game. phenomenal from the lineup of Influence Rage. I have to say I'm very impressed and I'm proud of their performance that we've been seeing specifically from Influence Rage. Yes, because always in international tournaments, whenever we talk Brazil, it's Alpha 7. We know whenever a Brazilian team is mentioned, it's Alpha 7. Rarely is Influence Rage in the conversation when it comes to it. But this time, it does seem to be different on this stage. And we can see that with the points that they've managed to secure. Looking towards this overall ranking, Alpha 7, Thunder Talk, and Team Spirit. 0 points all around.
That's rough. I mean, Team Spirit can afford to not have points in one game. The other two, not so much. We'll have to see where they can go, how they can bring it back in the last 2 games. But we see over here, 25 for INF, 18 for Voin Donkey, 10 for LGD, 9 for APG. There's some crazy gaps coming in here, actually. 25 to 18 is not that much, but then you go to 10? That's really insane.
Indeed, and now we're looking towards the results from the rest of the squads in day 1 and day 2. You can see 53 points in total. They had 40 points in day number 1 for Alpha 7, averaging around 8 points per game. And now we're seeing 1 point in 1 game, 0 in match 10. They have 2 6s back-to-back. That's fantastic. But now we see the difference that those 25 points have made for Influence Rage, rocketing them to top 3. Now we have a PEL representative in Weibo Gaming and 105 points who are setting themselves up to be the second team to join the likes of Thunder Talk at the PUBG Mobile World Cup. Right now, I believe they have the most points between them, Thunder Talk, LGD, and one more team. I'll confirm that for you, ladies and gentlemen, right now. Tianba, that's right. So Weibo, in terms of the road to PMGC, or road to EWC, I just jumped the whole international there. It's 150 points for Weibo, 125 for Thunder Talk, 110 for LGD, 50 for Tianba. So realistically, with Thunder Talk already making it there, it's between Weibo and LGD for making it to the Esports World Cup. And right now, the numbers are just being pumped up by BTR Federals with 5.1k right now. Yeah, he's not stopping. Doc and Top right next to each other. Nomi falling a little bit behind after being eliminated early on in that previous map. But Nap, we have wrapped up Erangel for day number 2. We're going to be taking a very short break. Boys and girls, get yourself a cup of coffee. We've been up for a very long time. Get yourself some tea. Get yourself some snacks, some biscuits. I don't know what you guys like to enjoy. All I know is get yourself off the chair, stretch your back, and be back in a few because game number 5 of the day will be back soon.
and welcome back. Here we go. The final phase of day 2 has begun. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Miramar for game 11 out of 21 total. Here we go. Playing path is going to be super easy peasy for these teams. Now we just need to see if there's going to be a little space happening in the first half of the match. Is everybody going to keep to themselves, or are we going to see some of those players get picked off one by one? Only time will tell here. As we look over towards that playing path, the new question is, where's that zone going to go? I'm kind of feeling a northern zone. Maybe a little bit of Hacienda. Maybe a little San Martin. Maybe a little water treatment as well, I feel like, could come into the mix. Always a fun game when it goes up there.
It really is. It really is.
South side, yeah, it really is. I like it. But we got a couple teams on the coast side as well, LGD and DK.
Listen,
so that could be fun.
I know you're listening. Don't even think about putting that PUBG Mobile. Don't even think about putting that zone towards the
don't
right
do
side. Don't do it. Don't. Look, the plane's drifting towards the end. That we like to see. I don't know how the pilot's pulling that off, but hats off to you, my guy. That's amazing.
Yep.
Although, and you know what? He waited until everyone was off the plane for him to drift. You see that? That's a thoughtful
piloting.
Yeah, that's a very responsible pilot. I don't know about the drifting being responsible, but any pilots out there listening to us, do not. Don't even. Now, focusing towards the game, Weibo are 20 points ahead of their competition in 2nd and 3rd place. A lead that is not going to be so easy for these squads, because Weibo's whole goal right now is to just survive and see how long you can make it, or how far you can make it points-wise by the end of today. Because I know for sure tomorrow's strategy for Weibo is going to be a bit different than today. I mean, I could be wrong. They could just have the same strategy and walk in and destroy everyone.
True. Only time will tell, I suppose. Only time will tell. Team Spirit, I'm looking to them in particular, not for any other reason other than I want to see them back off a little bit, quiet down, play a normal game, not get too ahead of themselves. I feel like that might have been what happened in the last game. That's why they went out with 0 points. I want to get them a few points this game. I want to see them do something with the time that's allotted to them. New map is going to mean new things, so maybe that's just an automatic consequence, but I'm just saying that's what I'm looking for from Team Spirit here. Tianba, man. Tianba, well, I think it's like 4 points. They've gotten 4 points in as many games. They're bottom of the leaderboard right now, tied with CD Alliance, to be fair, but we've seen more from CD than we have from Tianba so far.
Now we have Tianba at the very bottom of the leaderboard with 18 points. Not sure how they can recover from that. And the thing is, so Tianba out of the race, I would say, to jump onto that 2nd spot. So it's just 100%. Between LGD and Weibo. Yeah, so LGD, with the point difference that you have now, you essentially need to win the tournament. And I think Weibo needs to be like maybe 3rd or 4th. In that situation in order for it to make through. I'm not too sure on the math when it comes to how many points they're earning, depending on their position in this tournament, when it comes to points they need for EWC. So don't quote me on that. I believe we have a Maxman present in the chat. Shout out to Maxman.
Yo,
even though he's not here on the stream, he is still I want to say in the chat and in our hearts.
Always, always, always. I want to see more from Thunder Talk as well. I think a lot of people do. They're at 40 points on the board right now, which isn't the worst coming through after however many matches we've had, right? 10 matches. It's not the absolute worst. We've seen much worse than that. Is it amazing? Also not really, because the #1 team has double those points, over double. But if you look at 7th place, that's 59 points. 40 to 59 is one good game away. So if Thunder Talk could win this game, get a 19 point game, then they're looking at immediately being boosted just outside the top 5. So it is still very close between the middle of the pack. It's getting to the top 3 that is really going to be difficult. And the reason why we keep harping on about kind of the top 3, the top 4, I feel like maybe some people in the chat are like, well, if you do the smash rule, then it doesn't matter where you are on the leaderboards, right? No, it doesn't. However, if you're talking about it's the top place team's points plus 30, you're going to be looking at, even if we stopped right now, you're looking at 135 points. For ThunderTalk to go from 40 to 135 points and then get a win is impossible currently. So for them, for any of these teams in the middle of the leaderboards, they need these last 2 games to get as close to those top teams as possible to make it into that point threshold, because where they're situated now, they are not going to do it.
And I think that all these teams having that common goal just increases the pressure that the likes of Weibo, Spirit, and Influence Rage, alongside BTR, because they are above the 80-point mark, they do have a chance in getting there as well. Those 4 teams are going to start feeling the pressure. And with 2 more games, the less Weibo performs, the better it is for the entire lobby to be able to catch up. Because the thing is, coming into tomorrow's games, Weibo's drops, they all know about them. Weibo's rotations, they all know about them. So specifically, that team will need to have a new strategy, or they need to be able to adapt to all the pressure that they're going to be feeling from all angles. Because everyone's going to be watching out for you, because no one's going to want you to win the tournament and just end their journey there. They're going to at least want to try to compete with you, at least want to try and get to that threshold before you do. So you crossing it first puts a target on your back.
It really does. You're going to have a lot of things to worry about as soon as you get to that threshold, but that is a conversation for tomorrow. I feel like once we start seeing those altercations come into being. Right now, Duello going to be scouting out this position for rejects. It's a really good spot, central to zone, high ground, not a whole lot of things that teams can do by sneaking up on you, right? It's a whole cliff onto that northern side. It's a long way up from the south. So that's going to be a really good position for rejects if they can hold on to it. A7 moving now into this warehouse just to the side of Hacienda. So that's going to be another good spot. But A7 looking a little split right now, just trying to get as much info as possible, figure out where's where and who's who, and doing all of those things. And really there's no one here actually. So Mafioso just going to be able to clear some areas, clear that space away. For Team Spirit though, there is a team a little bit closer, and that's going to be CD Alliance looking out there at the backside.
Focusing on to Kinotrope. Honestly, I felt like Kinotrope had such a good start in day number 1. Such a fantastic start with their performance. And then they got a chicken dinner. We saw them taking fights. We saw them making amazing rotations. Weren't able to translate that into the second day. My lord, this shift
I was not expecting that shift.
No. So many teams are going to be moving to make that rotation now. Osal has a full squad of LGD pulling up.
Uh-oh.
Yo,
oh, dear.
Ling.
Oh, on the
Yo! Ling with like the 10,000 IQ.
Fancy.
Yeah, but the thing is, if he manages to get the knock onto Osal, that would be golden. But Osal picked the perfect moment to run away. Oh my lord, what an escape.
Yeah.
What a getaway.
Oof. I would be stressing out of my mind right about that if I was
100%. 100%. I would have probably like been so stressed, I would have clicked the enter vehicle and get out 5 times.
Oh, yes.
And that would have what gotten me eliminated.
I think there's a reason we're not playing in this tournament, Sandstorm. I think there's a reason we're here.
I mean, listen, so far it's working.
True. I will say the Japanese teams, though, they're back up into the top 8. Rejects today have had a really, really good day. So now they're neck and neck, just 3 points between them in 7th and 8th place, respectively. So a nice jump up from Rejects coming through there. Some really good stuff on his end, or their end. But Vampire, they were in, what, 2nd, 3rd place yesterday? Dropped down to 10th. They need a good win. If they can get a 20-point game, then they're back up into that 5th place position. So, let's see what they can do here. Oh, WBG though, in that Elam feed, losing one, getting one knocked early. And for WBG, the key now is to have 2 good back-to-back games, right? They cannot afford for any of these teams to get anywhere near them. They really need a gap. For those teams on top, they're trying to get as much of a gap between these other teams as possible. That's a fantastic nade.
My lord.
Goodness me, but Sook bringing it back here. GG's, that's going to be Doc naded as well. Zeol going to be able to pick him up. That's going to be the reset. But goodness me. Why are you... okay. Do they know that there's a carry feature? Like carry him and put him in the car? Do they know?
Maybe they were in a hurry and didn't want to like, put the seatbelt on. I don't know.
I guess. I'm just surprised he didn't fall off. That's crazy. GG's.
I'm just saying Doc has amazing balance and Zeol driving the car. Perfection.
Goodness. Better driver than I'll ever be, and I'll say that. I didn't say I was a bad driver. I said it's a better driver.
You are a bad driver. I'll say you are a bad driver.
I am not.
You are.
Rude. Ooh.
DK, the clip.
I was just
Thank
about
you.
to say. DK with that
just send her the clip. That's all you need to do. Just send her the clip. Give you guys an idea in case this is something that you haven't come across.
Nah,
there was another no TLDR. There was another PUBG Mobile like an Irish kind of community level PUBG Mobile tournament that was happening, where me and Nep covered it together, and Nep basically confessed on stream that she was a horrible driver, but she would never admit to that. And then it was followed 2 minutes later by DK, which is one of our also colleagues in esports in PUBG Mobile in casting and production, has clipped that moment.
Yes, and sent it to everybody I know.
Yes.
Very mean.
I mean, it was a confession that your driving's horrible, so.
It was for the memes, bro. It was for the memes, honest. But yeah.
You memed yourself.
No. Oh, A7. This is an important fight. Not necessarily for Thunder Talk, although yes it is, but for A7 in particular, Carrillo does go out here. A7 just down to a duo. It's a 2v2 right now. They're going to try and grab AJ if they can. The nade is going to be coming on fourth from Revo, and King just gets blasted with the QBZ there. Zing goes on down. Okay. And somehow, okay, I was about to say, what is up with Thunder Talk? They're just unable to get these fights done and dusted. And also, what is up with Rejects, the third-party machines today? They are everywhere.
They really are, and they know that they need to rack up those points by the end of today to be in the best position possible going into Smash Day tomorrow. Alpha 7, they are down to 2 members. They had 1 or 2 of their elims stolen. Let's see if Reject will be able to push this. I don't know if they know that there's only 2 players in that compound, so they have to be very careful. They have to be very wary making these pushes.
I like the positioning coming in here from Rejects, also from DK as well, right? La Bandita, this whole Crater's Edge is so much fun to play. It's hard to play because of how open it is. There's a lot of angles that can be taken onto you, but you play it well, and it's a very, very strong position to hold. So very excited to see what those 2 teams can do with it. Similar positioning for Voin Duncan. You can tell by the way they're playing, they're feeling energized after that big game. But Tianba looking to crash onto LGD, and once again the opening knock is not in their favor. Wait.
I mean, they managed to turn it around though. They turned around the trade 2 for 1, and Tianba learning from the mistakes in their previous games, knowing that the slow push was always their problem, but looks like LGD are not giving them a moment to rest. And it is going to be Aiken going for that fight, going for that 1v1 with the S12K, but the third party from Point Donkey surprises us all, and LGD blinking health bars. MBM goes down. Last member left alive. Afu, I believe, is going to be the one to try and revive the squad. Oh my lord! There's 2 more squads! What is happening? Tianba, DRX, Voin Donkey, alongside LGD, all in this compound. And Afu is just sitting in the middle like, guys, please. Stop
that is
I want to get out.
Impeccable timing from both of these teams. Voin Donkey, where did they even come from? Huge fight coming in from them. Really well played, but now it's just a DRX versus Voin Donkey, and that's not what they signed up for. But hey, let's see what happens here. 2 knocks on the side of Voin Donkey. They are going to get those reses back up if they're quick about it, but Sai is not willing to push back at all. He's going to be pushing straight forward. The whole squad is actually, so that's possibly going to be Voin Donkey unable to carry the pressure here. We'll see. Some nades coming through. DK on the backside, though, also doing something here. His LGD do go out. That is huge for APG, for BTR. Vexy gonna get taken down. It is just Razak, though. Razak or Potato, the last 2 left alive.
Potato will be able to help him. See Razak, nade, this way, any push, M249. Capable of letting it rip for a solid minute with those, God knows how many bullets, 100, 150 I believe you're able to reach with that extended mag. And right now he's letting it rip indeed. This is a bit of damage. If he kept that spray going, he might have been able to get the knock. But it's fine, DRX still have the numbers advantage. Voin Donkey with those 2 members, and Razak and Potato, are they going to try to get out alive? Tony Gay with a ridiculous angle onto QZZ. Buys some time for VD.
I mean, it's incredible this fight is still going on. DK being very, very quiet when it comes to Fabian over there in the corner. He's just watching and waiting. He's waiting for that timing, and timing is so important in fights like this. Voin Donkey able to hold on a little bit, but they know that DK's back there. They know Fabian is looking at him, so they can't really escape right now. DRX, though, look like they might want to disengage from this. Okay, I could see this being a thing. I feel like DRX, they've not had the most dominant of tournaments so far today. So, or yesterday as well, so I could understand them kind of wanting to loot on up. They tried the surprise effect, they tried that third party, they're not really wanting to feel the form right now. And so they're just gonna go ahead and get ready to get out of dodge if they need to with the zone closing in. I respect that decision.
I think they're giving each other quite a lot of respect as well in this moment, Nep. I mean, again, I'm not sure if they know if it's a 4v2 or not, but on some level, I do like the restraint. And on another level, I am loving this split from D plus Kia.
It's amazing.
Yeah, 2 towards the, I want to say the east side of La Bandita on that high ground in the crater. And then you got Fabian holding the back, knowing that he's watching VD and DRX, who finally use the mollies and the nades without any risk to their survival, securing those eliminations and move on forward. Voin Donkey, though, from last game when they had like 13 eliminations, and one of the players I believe had 7. That definitely boosted the team's confidence going into this one, and that push as well proved to me that they were feeling a lot more confident coming into this game. Sometimes that can be to your own detriment as well.
Ragey with a bold nade over onto A7. Again, not always the purpose of nades to actually do any damage or take any knocks. It's really just to stop them from getting anywhere near those vehicles. It's to put a stop to their plans, put them out into the zone, and ruin their game. So for them, I'm feeling like Ragey and crew are not really looking for those elims, although would be nice to get the points, right? It's really just about clearing that north side, clearing the back so that they can move freely and play the next few moments of the game.
And they want to play them in peace. So right now, towards the likes of Alpha 7 who are outside the zone, they're not given an opportunity. And they will be eliminated by Reject. And I like the fact that both Japanese representatives are right next to each other with the same amount of points. Both Korean representatives in DK and DRX are also right next to each other in the leaderboard. Solidarity between the players. Absolutely loving the level between those teams.
Kinotrope could be in a really interesting spot here. We're looking at them being kind of center stage right now. And they're just trying to go do something against DRX, gatekeep them if they can, but there's also DRX in the wings as well, so DRX need to be very, very careful. D+, looking for a third-party opportunity. WBG with the high ground, looking very, very snazzy, still up as 4. Can they do something with this, though? Sook does go down, Doc able to grab that headshot, but it's the edge that worries me here. WBG on the very, very edge here. There's a lot of teams on the opposite ridge that could take them out. So for WBG, this is one of those instances where the zone is really not giving them a lot of room.
It really, really isn't. But that's what happens in a competition like this, in a game like this. The pressure never stops. We just keep moving forward. We don't stop. And let's see how far forward Weibo will be able to walk in this game. They are already 20 points ahead. Can they build an even bigger lead? Or will the teams finally start to close that gap? Zone shifts towards the center, and one of the challengers in Spirit holds amazing position right now.
This team looking very, very nice, very snazzy indeed, but they're gonna have to watch out, right? BTR, massive split across the western side of zone. As I say that, Rayan goes down, so I should shush. But anyway, upbeat Federals goes down. Oh my, what did I just do? Oh my goodness, that was instant. What? Okay. Okay, we're gonna shush about BTR for a second. Let them regroup, refocus. It's fine.
Yeah. We want the competition to be
oh
very,
Satar!
I would say close between all the players, and right now APG, Satar, BTR, Raya. Okay, just the entirety of BTR has been absolutely demolished. Thanks, Nep.
I'm so sorry, BTR.
Guys, it's Nep's fault.
So
It's
sorry.
literally Nep's fault. It's all her fault. Blame her in the chat. Thank you.
That's wild. That's actually wild. But WBG finding some room to move now. APG backed off, created a vacuum. WBG here to play. Doc is down again. Osal in the Elam feed though. APG top now going on down. That's gonna be WBG's move to play now. This is their time moving through, just rolling past everybody. Top going down. Sook as well though, a little over aggressive. BTR Razy. Also in the wings, Yol goes down next. 33 though has to back off. Rifu's allowed a little bit of time to play here. His teammates back him up here. He now on the ridge looking. Razy as well. It's not going to be partial, but APG do go down. Razy could have work to do here against WBG, but for WBG, there is space that's now open.
Yeah, there is in BTR. I believe one of their last members just trying to secure any more eliminations for that team. But we'll get back to them later, as now we are checking on CD Alliance, who have now placed in 16th place in a chicken dinner with an ungodly amount of eliminations is what will be needed in this situation. Highly unlikely, but hey, anything happens and anything can happen in PUBG Mobile. That's the beauty of this game. And right now we are seeing Team Spirit, who are still holding the ground in the middle. Influence Rage continuing to build on the lead that they got in that last game with that chicken dinner, and trying to follow up the likes of Spirit and Weibo. But right now they are focusing on to reject. I think the focus was in the wrong position, as Apollo was able to get one. And Ragey was revived, so it's now a 4v3 in favor of Reject. And Reject know that they have to push this numbers advantage. Lawrence's angle, though, might be dangerous if he doesn't get knocked. He will peek. He just has to do it at the right time, and if Reject all get into the building, then I don't think his angle is going to be that useful. Nades, not able to do that much damage. Lawrence now switches over to go back into the building. He has Diego with him, and Lil Boy with an off angle. Knocking down Dulo. Evening things out. 3v3. Diego pushing. Gets the 5. Pushing one more time. He's doing this all on his own. He wants to take down Ragey. And Influence Rage. Lil Boy will get traded. Diego, Lawrence, and pushing onto Ragey. He has the UMP. Weibo will be stealing those third eliminations as well. They will third party, rather. They do manage to steal one of the eliminations away from Influence Rage. That's a double-edged sword, because you're taking a point away from Spirit, a team that would have used that point to get closer to you. Denying that is worth double. And they're not stopping. Order pushes. They know they have the advantage in numbers and in position. This
Great
one,
Molotov.
Molly could spell doom. That's the
Yep.
first, that's the second.
Perfect.
And Order sets them straight. 112 points so far. 70 licks for the team. The world champion showing us exactly what he's made of.
They've got to be careful though, Sandstorm, because they've put themselves in that crater and Team Spirit are right above them right now. They do have that off angle from He, right? That was to secure their position, make sure no one came up over the top, but it's still going to be a difficult journey out of that if they're not careful. But we move over to the south side, it's going to be B plus Kia plus VPE rather. Vampires going head to head here. Influence Rage, they went out in 6 as we just saw. A really good game from them still though. They're going to be into second place now. Team Spirit has to get 3 points to beat that back. But VPE with this nade could do some good work. Norbu has a P90 but no ammo left, so that's going to be a useless weapon for him. Well, let's just see what they can do. WBG now pushing over onto Team Spirit. Team Spirit have to play this very, very carefully because CDAL Alliance full squad on the other side of Team Spirit could actually third party this for a sandwich opportunity. Nordbu, oh my goodness me, just gonna get one, doesn't get the other, but distracts that last player enough to let his team do the damage, and there we go. D plus Kia just run over Vampire.
That they do, and now we have 4 squads where only the team in the lead is the one that has 3 players. I'm just gonna attribute Sukna being there to him maybe using the bow, but that doesn't matter because right now CDAL push onto D plus Kia,
Whoa.
and within a moment, they're all decimated. Weibo and Spirit fighting in the zone for that #1 spot. Whoever wins that fight, quite possibly and probably wins the game. 3-3 set, getting closer. Wants to play in an angle that may not be expected. Exactly. He's trying to get on that roof for that position, and he should be able to unless someone spots him out. He's making a lot of noise with this jumping. He's trying to pick it up because Effect now did spot him out. Nade, no, it's a Molly. 3-3C's on fire. And we'll be forced to go back.
Nice headshot.
Oh, but Jimmy from Alliance will be able to third party, applies a little bit of pressure, and now Spirit are on the back foot because it's a 3v3, and Effect is fully out. Thanks to
It could go either way here. Team Spirit could do something here unless you Molotov yourself, know me, because that's a really brilliant play. WBG could win this as well, but CD Alliance, man, they've got that angle, they've got the high ground, they can just pinpoint and third party this to smithereens. The nade is good from Order. That's going to be, I think, a Team Spirit loss here. Third place is what they're going to have to be okay with right now. Down they go. WBG making sure they stay on top. Team Spirit do grab that second place back from Influence Rage, but now CD Alliance versus WBG. Great push from Alliance here. They know what they need to do. WBG on the back foot, 110%. Just down to this duo. They're low health. He on the outside though. Cluck versus He. He goes down to Iftar. That is it. That is done. Dusted. Order. Last man standing now. He's gonna go down. And that is gonna be CD Alliance with their first win of the tournament. They needed this so much. On those leaderboards, they were not looking good. This could have just turned it all around for them.
I did say they needed a miracle, and this is a start for Celcon DG Alliance. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And I believe everyone on the server took a sigh of relief with CDAL getting that chicken dinner, because if Weibo secured another one, that would have been 2 today, 1 from yesterday at least, and that would have meant that they're just running away with this tournament. Still, they managed to get 10 plus elims, I think, for the side of Weibo, along with that #2 spot. It's getting more and more difficult for those teams to follow up now.
It really is. We've got just one more game left. One more game before we know what our point threshold is going to be, and one more game before it is truly the end of the road for a lot of these teams. Yes, we have up to 9 games scheduled for tomorrow, But the way that these teams have played in the last few games, unless they just decide the pressure is all off and they just play their own game without any of that pressure, you're kind of looking at a lot of these teams kind of saying goodbye to that championship.
That might be just how it happens here, but listen, we still have one more game for today to find out who's going to be at least close enough, because right now I want to say it's a maybe 3 or 4 horse race. Things may change once we see the overall leaderboard and find out a little bit more about what's the distance, what's the difference, how big of a gap are we talking about between the top 3 teams, and just how far Weibu's running away with this.
Yeah.
And I do have to say it's very refreshing seeing this kind of performance from Weibu Gaming specifically, and I want to see more. I want to see that consistency as well continue on for the squad.
It would be nice. We had 14 points on the board for them before this match. It would be so nice to see more. 14 points plus this would be just so amazing.
I mean, they more than doubled at least, no?
It would more than double. They would go up to maybe 12th or 13th. It's not a huge jump in terms of the leaderboard, but in terms of points, you're looking at a massive leap, almost putting you back into where you need to be to really have a chance tomorrow. So if they can back this game up with not necessarily another win maybe, but another top 5 with a lot of elims, they're looking very good.
That they are, but I feel like the start was a little late, like extremely late for the squad, for them to have this kind of performance. Because I mean, the fast push that they made on D plus Kia to eliminate them, and then instantly try to make the pressure they applied to Spirit, then the push, or like after the push to D plus Kia, and then applying the pressure one more time the second the fight was over between Spirit and Weibu. Where was this decision making? Where was this timing? Where was this level of play in day 1?
Yeah. It's one of those things. It's like sometimes it just happens where the team comes back. They come back to where they needed to be, where we expected them to be, but sometimes the lobby is just a little too much at the start, and sometimes it just takes them a little too long to get back to where we want them to be. And for CD Alliance, I'm scared that is exactly what we're seeing happen here, but it was a great win from them. It was a really, really good show. They've had a really good few games, it feels like. They've had a lot of presence in the final games, even if that doesn't really go back to, doesn't get equated into points necessarily. Their presence has been felt by all of the teams in the last few games, so for them, really nice to get this win.
Here we see this lovely little replay to give us a quick run back of the previous game. Boy and Donkey did have a stellar performance. This was a nice little fight between them and DRX, but DRX at the end, they had the numbers and they had the utility to take the fight without even putting themselves in harm's way. And APG once more, very, very quiet. Very, very calm, and I'm not sure what is going on with the players, but definitely something's going on with them for them to perform only at this level. Again, like, you had a strong start in day 1, day 2, day 3. I mean, we mentioned the docketing happened, and it felt like it's been happening time and time again. Who's gonna stop them?
Yeah. Who is? Because at the moment, it's not really looking like anybody can. Not really looking like anybody can at all. They're always here. They're always consistent. They have 1 or 2 bad games and teams get close, but then they always bring it back. This is a team that can perform under pressure. So we will see 18 points going over the way of CD Alliance here. 2,000 damage with 8 elims is a huge amount of... Actually, that's an insane amount of damage for only quote-unquote 8 elims. So they're really pointing those bullets left, right, and center, just trying to control the area, which is really nice to see as well. 18 points is more than they've gotten in the last 2 days, and they got 4 more points than that in 1 game.
Just need to pump those numbers up a little bit more for that squad.
Yep.
to make it easier for them to handle this situation. Because it is getting more and more dire for the teams at the bottom half of the leaderboard. But here we see the rest of the squads. D plus Kia, 12 eliminations, 16 points at the end there. Weibo, you can see even though they got second, it was 9 eliminations for them. And now we see the overall leaderboard. I mean, look, they won a game. They won a game and they jumped 1 spot from 16th to 15th. That's insane. And that one game is worth their entire performance in day 1 and games 1 to 4 in day 2. Yep. That one game doubled their scoreline across 9 matches.
Wild. Which
is absolutely ridiculous for this team. But this is the problem. When you don't perform on the first day and then you show up in the second, it's just such an uphill battle for you to climb up 1 spot. Just 1. You have to win a game.
1 spot is crazy work coming in there. I don't know. I don't know how you even go forward with that, but they are in that 40-point range now, so they'll be looking to move on up in this last game. You see there some big numbers coming in there, and actually, who was that? I didn't quite catch the name of that, but it was tied with Doc at 19 elims, but Federals is just here time and time again. They got 0 points in the last game, and he's still on top.
I believe it was Order.
Was it Order? Yeah.
I believe it was Order from
damage and elims.
Yep. He's getting up there. Federals didn't really gain a lot this game. Wasn't able to pump out a lot of big numbers. I don't think either was Top or Doc or Nomi in that previous game. A lot of people had issues. A lot of teams ran into a couple of problems. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 1 game to go. And we will find out what is the Smash limit for tomorrow. We'll see you in a few. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 6 is underway for the second day of the PUBG Mobile Hong Kong Invitational. These 16 teams have one last chance to prove themselves and get as close as possible as they can to WWCD Gaming, and it looks like Squash is starting that in the first moment of the game. Alpha dropped WWCD! Alpha are hot dropping with WWCD Gaming. They are saying that is enough of running away with this lead. You either stop now or we die for it. And that seems to be the play here. WWCD already lost one, but they will gain something in return. HE will trade 1 for 1. Order responds with a knockout to Carrillo. You may have a global title, but I have a world championship under my belt. The fight continues between WWCD and Alpha 7. Basically fight for tournament life for Alpha 7. Squash, beautiful timing with that nade. Cooked to perfection. Secures the elimination. WWCD now down to 2 players. Alpha 7. A favor being done for 56 players in this server.
True.
As Alpha are eliminating the #1 spot. In 16th place
Who's
in
that?
our final game.
BTR.
I say that, but BTR is here. The third party has arrived. An order is now left alone against Carrillo and Mafioso. Mafioso, a lot of damage with that nade. Knock from order once again, showing us why. He's a world champion, but Carrillo is lying and waiting. Secures that elim. And finally, WWCD Gaming are stopped in their tracks. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the threshold. If WWCD remain in first place at the end of this game, the threshold is 152 points. Meaning, Team Spirit, Influence, BTR, get to work. And that's what BTR is doing. They're not waiting until tomorrow to get closer to the threshold. They know they can get closer now, Nep.
Wow, that's actually insane. In one fell swoop, WBG out. The threshold potentially done and dusted here, and BTR looking for this final duo. I mean, A7, it made sense to crash here. It made sense to crash here, but they're down to a duo, and as BTR move in, they were not accounting for a full squad to just move on in. This could also spell the end for A7 here today, possibly even just ruining their chances of a good day here, of a good day tomorrow, of a straight, strong trajectory moving into day 3. We'll see how it plays out, though. BTR looking for a strong affronts. Ooh, almost going down there, Snape. But that's gonna be it. Gonna be done. He was only there as the bait. There we go. BTR moving through A7 like it is nothing. 3 points just snaked away from them. There you go. Squash. Seeing that replay here as Squash tried to pick up on 33 and actually did. Great little headshot, but yeah, that is going to be what it is. And A7 go out, so they've taken out WBG, but honestly, at what cost here? I really don't know.
At what cost? But I still believe that the elimination of WWCD Gaming from the beginning, this is such a crucial thing, because now Team Spirit, Influence Rage, and BTR, if they get to the range in this game, if they get to the range of 100, 110 points, any one of them, that means that essentially it becomes easier for them to handle WWCD Gaming going into tomorrow. It just means they're closer to that frame of qualification, or rather that smash rule threshold. Rather, that was the word I was looking for. And the thing is, WWCD, you see what happened to you in this game. Expect this to happen tomorrow in the first couple of games as well. You are the team in first place. You have a target on your back. Everyone is setting their sights on you. You have to be ready.
You really have to be ready, because there are teams snapping at your heels the minute you go out. This is the game now for Team Spirit, Influence Rage, and BTR specifically. BTR want to get closer if possible. They're not going to be able to do anything they're not going to be able to do anything to get into the threshold or bypass WBG. but they can get closer. Team Spirit, if they have a really good game, 20-point game, they're right up there with WBG. Same for Influence Rage. BTR have a little bit ways to go. LGD also. But with them out of the way, we've seen them ruin games in the past, right? Even today, by WBG being on that edge in that last game, they took out APG, they ruined a few other teams' chances of having a good game as well. So for them to be out right now is huge for those teams right behind them.
And just how far behind is the question. Once again, I'm looking towards that leaderboard because there's just so many different storylines that we can look at. So many different tales to be told. So many different, I want to say, avenues that this could go down story-wise. In terms of who can be crowned champion, who can get closer to the threshold. Can we see Team Spirit do such a thing? Is Influence Rage going to come out on top for once in an international tournament, as in winning the tournament, rather than people constantly thinking, nah, if it's Brazil playing, it's always going to be Alpha 7. Brazil has more than just Alpha 7 there, and Influence Rage has proven that in this tournament specifically, with the performance they have been putting up, with the fights that they have been showing us, with the skirmishes that have been coming to their doorstep, and they still come out on top.
Entirely true. BTR, after that A7 squashing of A7, they've moved over into El Pozo, now ready to move on into that zone. 600 meters tells me it's a little bit of a western shift. Maybe it's centered up a little bit. We'll see where zone 2 will take us. But we are going to be seeing a lot of these teams now starting to move forward, maybe even starting to clash a little bit, you know? We had a hot drop there with A7 and WBG. Will we see it again here on these rotations further on down? Team Spirit now looking like they could be being looked at by CD Alliance. Influence Rage is right next door as well. Rejects are center zone. Voin Donkey, hello? What a play coming in from them. That is a massive split, and it all works in their favor.
That it does, with them having that northern side. I mean, look, Voin Donkey, 39 points, 14th place. If I'm being honest, whatever they do in this game, I think their main focus rather should be focusing on getting the highest prize pool possible. Because being able to put yourself in a position where you can catch up the first and win the tournament, anyone who's under, I want to say, APG, not gonna happen. Absolutely impossible. Because you're talking about possibly having 80 points to get tomorrow and then a chicken dinner. And based on the performance that I have seen from these teams, it's essentially 6th, and even APG can be added in that calculation, if I'm being fully honest here. They haven't shown the performance that we are used to seeing from this incredible lineup. Yes, they're currently in top 6, but we're touting them to be number 1, number 2 easily against these against the likes of these players. They just finished their CSA and handled it with ease.
They sure did. Ooh, APG looking for a gatekeep over on to Kinotrope here. Another team we've not seen hardly anything from, right? Kinotrope today really been on a very, very quiet trajectory so far. I mean, what? 5 points, 2 points, 1 point, 2 points, 2 points. They're always there. Sorry, those are elims. So they've had 1 3rd place today so far, 7th, 9th, 8th. So they're having an okay day. They're always getting a couple of points, but it's not the day that we saw from them in the last, in yesterday's games. So I would love to see a little bit more from them. Maybe in this final game, that's what they're gonna do.
Let's see what they're going to do, and let's see what Vampires will be able to achieve in this game. Second zone closing shortly. Just over 10 minutes have passed in this game. Thunder Talk. I mean, we mentioned teams that are going to be present in a competition like EWC that are also participating in this tournament. One of them is Thunder Talk. And having a 13th, or I want to say like not even a top 10 finish in this might not be the best result. KN runs straight into the embracing arms of APG. And those are the freest kills that they will pick up in this game. Freest eliminations they will find.
Yep. It is very, very true. No one else is going to look so kindly on them. Obisan gonna be taken out here. Let's see though. Yeah, that's got very, very easy. Tamar not able to really do anything with that there. I feel like I cast a curse them just a little bit. No.
Oh, you think so? You think so? A little bit. Just a bit.
Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Now they're down to a solo.
Fine.
I feel so bad. I'm so sorry, Kinotrope. I wanted so much better for you.
That's a little bit unfortunate for them, but when we're looking towards Schweppes and the likes of Vampire, they get themselves a lovely pickup here, a lovely knock, and now they're starting to apply that pressure towards APG. Tony K stepping up toe-to-toe with Top. Top deciding this is not the point that I want to take. The rest of the team is going to be heading towards the zone. Top car slowed, might go boom too.
Oh.
Nope, instead he goes down. Car goes
And
boom.
the car goes boom.
And APG lose 2. Hey, that rhymed.
Yeah. GG's. Schweppes
Nice.
moving on in. Nicely done. Keeping that pressure onto APG. APG with 70 points. They're so close here. They could have really used a good game, but Vampires looking for anything they can get, right? That absolute just grasping for points, grasping for anything they can hold on to, preparing for tomorrow, right? APG still possibly, maybe could do it tomorrow. For a team like Vampires, they need this game, as many points as possible in this game if they want any sort of chance.
I mean, again, whether that chance is there realistically it's difficult to say, because again, we haven't seen a team pop something like 20 elims in one match or in one map, right? You need something like that more than once in order to be able to get to that point. Vampire, they're on the right track. And the right track is take every single fight that you can. Because otherwise, there's no point. If you don't go for the fights, if you don't get the points, you will not be able to get close enough to that threshold.
Yeah.
So otherwise, 10th, 16th, doesn't really matter. Prize pool wise, yes, obviously. But every single one of these teams is focusing on one thing, being crowned the champion, lifting that trophy. That is the goal of all these teams here. So Vampire, I'm loving it. This is the last game. That's it. Go aggressive as you possibly could, and take every fight that you can. And that confidence alone will give you, I think it's going to boost you so much when you take fights.
Yes. It really, really is. So I understand that a lot of these teams onto the middle of the table are taking as many fights as possible. It's what they need to do. If you're top 5 and above, I wouldn't worry too much about going out early in this last game, because you are close enough to WBG right now to actually be able to do something tomorrow. Because remember, WBG still need to get 30 points before they can win the game to win the tournament, right? So WBG at 122 points, they still need to get 30 points. If that's going to be the threshold, they need to get to 152. So the teams below them have enough time to actually catch up as well. That's what's going to make it so difficult for WBG tomorrow, is these teams are definitely going to be targeting them. They're definitely going to be trying to thwart that journey to the threshold, because if they do that, it's going to be a long day. But Tianba moving on through, trying to crash across the road and getting absolutely sent back to the lobby time and time again here. That was Team Spirit coming in. There's Voin Donkey coming in. QZZ goes down. It's just Bond left. And what can they do here? Not a whole lot of anything, as Genotope do go on down. That's going to be BTR picking up another point.
I mean, it's a city finish, it seems. It's another city finish in Miramar. The map that is very well known for all the open spaces, open grounds, little places that people can hide in. But no, this time we're going for a city finish. Once again, and that seems to be the trend in this tournament, I think, when it comes to Miramar specifically. We've had more than, I think this is the second, maybe even third city finish that we might be seeing in this game. But we'll get back to that topic later, as D plus Kia and Vampire once again jumping into a fight. And Vampire, they might have lost one of their members, but they're still setting their sights on all those squads, all these eliminations. So far, 6 to their name. And I think if they keep up this level of aggression, they could easily hit 15 eliminations. APG taking down BTR. Razy getting knocked to the ground. Then BTR have 2 members left. Rufus is the last one alive. He should be able to get the revive onto Zyol though. But here comes the MVP in damage in the limbs. Here comes Federals, and he's hungry. But he gets put right down into the ground. Then BTR. It's all down to Zjol. Satarlest will save them. 6 elims to the team, and 5 in his name alone.
Wow. Wow, what an MVP contender he is turning out to be in this game. Federals as well, able to be picked back up. I mean, honestly, if you want any duo out of BTR to be still alive, it is these two. Satar with 5 elims already, and Federals, well, we know what he can do. So great duo to be left alive for them as the zone continues to bring everybody back into this circle, into the town, into the city finishes. QCZ now gonna go down again. Bond trying to get his teammate. Not gonna be happening. Possibly. There we go. That sticky nade. Not gonna do much there. Oh, bad bounce on that nade. That's gonna be another fail. They might just get this res up. So Potato is gonna try to do something here. No, they're not there. They're not there, guys. Stop wasting your utility. Wait, maybe not. Bond is gonna go down here. Down and out. Is gonna be Tianba expelled from San Martin. I could have sworn that Molly was not gonna catch, but it went all the way down the stairs.
What is happening? Expelled? That's the first time I've heard that one. Yeah, I like that one though. Expelled. Alright, let's see what other kind of school terms we can come up with. Although I thought we would have saved that for like maybe a fight around school in Erangel.
Ah,
but okay.
You're right. You're right.
It's fine. We'll see what we can come up with over the next couple of minutes, because right now the fights are getting spicier and spicier. The high ground that Vampire have over San Martin is ridiculous. But it's also a lot of windows and doors and floors and buildings that they have to monitor. So many different angles that they can be knocked from. But I don't think they can ever be pushed, though.
Time will tell. Time will tell. LGD have a great little spot. Look at this ridge they've got going on here. Using, again, edge zone. They're not going to have zone. They will have to go in eventually. Look at the power that they hold over the north side of the zone from this ridge alone. Look at the angles they have. They've got those scopes dialed in on all of those windows, all of those doors, all of those openings. And they're trying to just get as much information, scout as much as possible. Influence Rage, moving into this area, possibly just to pick up Diego. I sure hope so. They're outside his zone. But maybe this is them being aggressive. They want this fight with LGD. What do you think, Sandstorm?
I mean, they know they need to get those points. And they know that this is their golden opportunity. So they have to take it. They have to take the fight to LGD, but also be a little bit careful with your approach. Try and see if you can get yourself a knock at least before going for that push. But yeah, I agree. They have to take this fight with LGD. 4v4. Very, very important points for them to secure. And with Law going down, Diego having to go for the revive, that just means the LGD think, alright, this is our opportunity. This is our chance. This is our push. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Diego still going left and right, just scouting, trying to find a little bit more information, but that exposes him. Lil Boy is there to provide a little bit of cover, a little bit of damage as well onto Afu. And onto, I believe it's also Tian. Trying as much as he can first. Crouch towards his team. He should be secured as an elimination for LGD, but the rest of the squad of Influence Rage, they are not accepting this loss. They are not accepting this fight, and that they will accept. A knock onto Tian to even things out. Wait.
Yeah, that
damage.
no.
No, the damage!
Yep.
The damage from the zone takes down Lil Boy. Play zone secures the elimination onto Lawrence, and Lil Boy went down to the zone, so that point will not go to LGD. Diego will be the last man standing. Well, right now he's crouching. And next he's going to be sitting 6 feet under. If LGD take him out here, it's going to be very unlikely that he survives. It's a 4v1, and now you got other squads looking at him too. But it is Tian that secures it. They will not be denied that point. They worked hard for it. And
to get revived as a full squad is crazy work. GG's from them. The other powerhouse here, Vampires, look at that. They have full control over San Martin because, yes, LGD had control over the north side, but they couldn't really see into the city all that much, right? It's just a little too far. Vampires, on the other hand, have that visibility. They have that range. So that is going to be a huge boon for them. And if any team needs it, it's going to be them.
Well, right now, they are needed to score all the points, Snap. All of them. As many as they can. Just 1,000 would be nice.
Yes.
That's a bit of a guarantee. But looking on a more realistic aspect right now, the 7 points that Vampire have secured for themselves, they're already in 8th place. I mean, look, this could be a game changer for Vampire. If they manage to get themselves a chicken dinner in this with 10 plus elims, that puts them in maybe top 6, top 5. That, and then that puts them in the conversation.
Yeah.
That puts them in the conversation. It all depends on also what the likes of LGD, BTR, and Team Spirit do, because they are a heck of a lot closer to 122 than Vampire is right now. And Spirit in a bad position. They're not in the best, but hey, they got solid, a solid building under their control. It all depends on when the zone moves. I love this from Vampire Esports. They know that they winning position. They want to try and see if they can take it. So Tian pushes up, Schweppes with the cover. One goes down. Tony secures it. Afu with the nade close range. Not sure if that's the best decision to make at this point. He's going to cook it quite a lot. Is the timing going to be right? Throws it a little bit too far. Afu will go down. Tony K has something to say. But LGD, they're still continuing this. Lane pushes all the way. And I feel like that was just sending it for the sake of sending it. And LGD now left with MVM and Vampire. They know this is the game-winning spot. They are up to what, maybe 12? No, not up to 12. They must be up to 10 now because they secured 3 from LGD. And the 4th is just waiting to be secured now. And VM trying to peek, trying to do a little bit of damage. Maybe give an opportunity for another team to ruin Vampire's day. He secures 1, focuses on yet another player. He's not able to get the second one down. 1v4, what can you do? Vampire stand tall and hold their ground again. 12 eliminations, and now in 7th, 6th and 5th are out for the count. This could be a top 5 for Vampire, all the way from 10th or something like that. That's insane.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
7th,
crazy.
They were 11th.
Yeah. They've just shot up those rankings there. Everybody's in the 60-point region. And now it's going to be rejects to swarm in and third party because actually trying to get LGD rather, Vampires had to leave the buildings. They had to leave what made that compound so strong. And now rejects, understanding that, have moved into that strong position, leaving Vampire on the outs now. So that's going to be a huge fight coming up very shortly. And that's going to be DRX taking out a 1v4 against Team Spirit. QX, what on earth was that? That is a 1v4 against Team Spirit. I want to say they didn't know he was in that building because Team Spirit have held on to that building for a very long time. I did see that blue color just staring there on top of them while they were busy looking elsewhere. So I'm not even sure they were aware he was there. But that is a huge fight coming in from him. Really, really well played. And where was that DRX the entire time?
I don't know. They've been hiding.
Sure
That's
have.
what it seems like. Yeah. But the way that things turned around in those past couple of minutes, having the likes of LGD out, Team Spirit out, Influence Rage out, BTR not getting a lot of points, Weibo is breathing so many sighs of relief with the fact that not many teams have been able to close that massive gap between them.
Yeah.
It is going to be a little bit more relaxed for them now, but we are nowhere near relaxing as Thunder Talk. Hold on. Split second. Boom, boom, boom. You're no longer in their room. Oh my god, what happened? They just got demolished, sitting with a couple of nades. Madness.
Absolute madness. I tell you who's still here, though. It is Voin Donkey. They're looking to come back here up against BTR. Oh, Sitar will grab one, though. This could be the end of them. Just down to 2. Vexy and Zeta. Sitar up to 6 elims now. Federal unable to grab any of those points just yet. That's going to be Razak out by DRX. DRX going to steal that point away there. And now over to Thunder Talk as well. Vexy under fire by AJ. Federals does go down here. He does go down. And that's Tianyu actually going down to a Molotov as well. They're fighting on both sides. 1v everybody. Oh my goodness me. Not even able to.
Oh!
But there we go. Sating does do it in the end. GG's. 3rd time's the charm. Come on. Finish him. There we go. Missing all the shots. But that's okay. He's got him 4 elims for Sating right now. 4. He got all of those from CD Alliance. Crazy work from these teams. I mean, crazy work from these solos. What is going on in this last game?
Yeah, and Vampire. Oh my lord. 15 eliminations, and look at that. They have the high ground. And it's completely open, I believe, under them, except there should be one of their warehouses. This is Vampire's game. This is a potential 30-point match.
Yeah.
There is a potential for it because right now they just need to make sure they hold this high ground and destroy everyone who makes a move into the open.
Yeah. Exactly. To get 30 points, they need a win and 5 more elims. The way they've been going might not be all that difficult for them. But let's just see. Zeta, the last man standing for Voin Donkey here on the edge of Thunder Talk Gaming. Schweppes up to 8 elims. Tony K bringing it back after the multiple early elims with those 4. Here we go. Thunder Talk under fire. Tony K trying to do all the business. Not quite able to finish up, though. Not able to get that last elim or the last shot in to make it an elim. And here we go, top 4, BTR, Thunder Talk, DRX, and Vampire Esports. 2 in the top 6, 2 in the bottom half of that leaderboard. Oh, he just able to avoid those shots a little bit more, but not the nade. UX, man. What on earth is he on now?
No, but Schweppes stole it.
Oh,
Schweppes. Okay, I have to see how many actual knocks that Vampire got and how many actual elims. There is definitely some broad daylight robbery being done right here, right now.
The zone
committed in front of all these teams. And the zone will start closing. Does it? Oh
yeah.
Boy, that's not gonna help. That's not gonna be helpful because right now it's gonna get more and more difficult. But TT might be able to get that revive still.
Nice smokes. Gotta run for it. How is he still alive?
It is what it is. Sometimes the game's the game. And right now, boy, are they playing the game. But Thunder Talk, at some point, they will get exposed to that high ground. And also, Vampire will have to make their move. They're going to have to play a little bit lower because that high ground is going to be exceptionally exposed. QZ's team from PRX fights the dust. BTR left in the top 2 alongside Thunder Talk. Tony K finally goes down. And now it's going to be Vampire left with 1 player. 16 eliminations, but it's 1 player who has 9.
Sitar.
That's going to be the 10th elimination if he secures it. But it's going to be him versus Sating, and he takes it down. That's the 10th elimination for Schweppes. And now it's a 1v2. Him versus BTR. Can he get to 19? Can he secure these 2 final eliminations against the best player so far in this tournament? In Federals, pulling up with the nade, peeking, trying to take the 1v1. Schweppes, lovely jump shot, but it fails. And it scores. Oh my god, are you kidding me?
So close.
BTR Vitality secure the chicken dinner. Despite Federals failing to secure it, it is too much to handle for Schweppes in the final moments. And BTR Vitality finally getting themselves a chicken dinner in the final game of day 2. But what does that mean for the overall leaderboard? That is the question. Vampire ended up having 17, 18 eliminations.
Yes.
So close. Oh my. Blinking health bars at the end. Lovely flick as well. What a way to end the second day for Vampire. But I have to say, like this should have been present in the previous games. But now that we've seen something like this, it's possible to see it in the next games.
Yes. Oh, 100%. My goodness me. I mean, they both had such great games, but from totally different perspectives. BTR were in the middle of that city, just battling it out left, right, and center, go down to a duo, and manage to bring it back home with a lot of elims. For Vampire, they had huge vantage point, huge high ground. They had everything going for them, an enormous amount of elims, fought off 2 different teams up there, come down the hill, Schweppes with 10 elims, able to take out Federal. I mean, the last player for BTR was 1 HP. He almost did it. Huge, massive games for both of these teams. Both of these teams needed it, but for Vampire, I feel like we're looking at a top 5 now.
I am not so sure about that top 5. I think maybe they stay in 6th. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think the gap might have been too big. If they managed to get that last elimination, it would have been 29 points, which would have put them around 89, 88 points, something like that. I'm not too sure. I mean, look, we don't have to do the math. We have the graphics to pull up in a few moments.
Yeah,
and hopefully we'll see exactly. Yeah, and hopefully we'll see exactly how that has impacted the overall leaderboard. And of course, I believe then we'll have an interview on the stage as well. And alongside the interview, hopefully we'll be able to clarify exactly how much the threshold is going to be, although I still believe it is going to be 152, because simple math dictates that 122 plus 30 does actually equal 152. I may not be good at math, but somehow I have a computer science degree.
Well, we'll see. We will see so many teams here, just all out here the final game, because they know they had to. You had 8-7 hot drop in WBC at the beginning. You have Vampire really stepping up throughout. You have actually CD Alliance coming 8 points again, but still their presence was known. Their presence was felt there. Team Spirit getting 1v4'd by DRX. DRX, that last able to just move in and a lot of work as a solo, which is always crazy. There was a lot going on in this final game. A lot of teams looking for the final push towards the points they need, because they know it is all over. They need points, and goodness did they get them today.
Yeah, they really did get quite a decent amount of points. But all of that will unfold when we have a look at the match ranking exactly to get an idea of what happened with the other squads. But I want to jump back to what happened in the first couple of minutes in that game. We saw, I feel like, a taste of what it's like to be the team in the lead when you're in a tournament that has the smash rule in play. In the last 2 games, your drops are not safe. If you have a decent lead between you and your opponents, you're not going to be able to play your regular style or your regular drop in the final couple of games. I think you'd have to be very careful when it comes to that.
Very, very careful indeed. And I mean, you see in the replays there, Vampires did not have it easy. They came back and back and back so many times. Sitar has to be MVP. I mean, 7 elims on his own at the end there. So huge, huge games coming in from him. Tony K as well, stepping it up. Schweppes with the 10 elims total. We're gonna see now the final replay here. This was a nasty shot on the Federals. And look how low Sitar goes. Oh, we're not gonna see it. But he was 1 HP.
Nope.
Big ups to go in that way. BTR with 21 points, 11 eliminations, 1500 damage as well. So that's very, very efficient from them.
Indeed, and BTR waking up in that last game, Nep, with those eliminations. Phenomenal for them, decent bit of damage, but the focus is going to be the overall leaderboard. Right now we see the match ranking 17 elims. You see, if they manage to get those 2 eliminations at the end, that's 19, plus 4 more points from placements. Yeah, you're talking about 29 points in that one game.
Yep.
But once again, we see here Influence Rage. They had a golden opportunity to get some points in this game, get closer to that lead. didn't manage to do that. Yeah, Tianba, another game with 0 points. But look at that. 2 teams with 20+ points by the end there.
Yep. Goodness me. And Thunder Talk, we have to talk about Thunder Talk. They've gone from being a team that didn't really do much of anything as hard as they tried to 10 points in one game. Really, really good stuff. That is going to jump them up a little bit here. 13th place, 51 points. Is it enough at this point? No. But it was a good show. It was a good way to end the day. A7 as well. In with 58 points. They kind of shot themselves in the foot with that. BTR with that win, though, jump into 103.
Whoa.
Vampire do make top 5.
So, okay, so here's the thing. This changes quite a lot of things. 1, Weibo in 122, so yes, guaranteed the threshold is 152, meaning 49 points need to be claimed by BTR in order for them to get there. Sitar Lest, 1k damage from BTR.
5 knockouts.
9 eliminations by himself.
Yeah.
But Federal still has the most eliminations. But look at that, Weibo now. We have 33Z and Order coming in top. And it looks like Doc and Nomi have been booted from the top 4 in eliminations. And maybe the same when it comes to damage, because massive changes happen. And yeah, look at that. Schweppes with all the damage that he was able to pump out in that previous game. Federal's only gained around 300 damage in total, by the way.
Yeah.
Schweppes gained a decent amount to jump up to 2nd over Top and Nomi, who have been there since, I want to say, halfway through day 2.
Crazy, crazy stuff coming in there for Federals. I have not seen this player before. I will be looking for him now in every tournament because, geez, what a way to play. What a way to play this game. Really, really good stuff from them. Tianba down at the bottom place, but at least we all have teams above 20 points now. So we have left the teens. 63-63 for Kinotrope and DK. They're tied at the moment. But gonna be seeing what we can see from them. See, yeah, it's been a slow day for Kinotrope. 42 points in day number 1, 63 total points now today. They've only grabbed 21 points in total today, so that's a very slow day for them.
Yeah, 18 for Alpha 7.
Yeah.
18.
That's crazy. That is actually insane.
That's absolutely insane. But when you look at the consistency that Weibo has been able to put up, they performed even better than yesterday.
Yeah. BTR got 46 points in day 1, and now they're at 103. That's insane. They got 60 points today. 60.
So both teams ended up getting more than 60 points in BTR and Weibo. BTR went from 46 to 103, and then Weibo went from 58 to 122. So you're talking about 64, 74 points for Weibo in today's games. I mean, I could do the math, but I'd rather not. I already did, and it failed. We're not going to go over it. Team Spirit as well. The back-to-back chicken dinner. Yeah, they may have faltered a little bit in match 10, not getting a single point. That's definitely going to hurt them. And definitely game number 12 of today, due to Weibo being eliminated early on. It was a golden opportunity, and not being able to take advantage of that is definitely going to bite them.
Yeah, I kind of feel like everybody on the bottom, on 9th to 16th, can kind of say goodbye to anything, you know, top 5-ish. I feel like 63 is still a decent score, but the way the teams at the top are playing, and then thinking about the Smash Zone as well that we've got coming into play tomorrow, it's going to be very, very difficult for them.
Oh my lord. Okay, so I have a piece of information that I would need to bring to your attention once we are done with the interview, because it has massive ramifications.
Okay.
Or I can give it to you TLDR. TLDR, unless Thunder Talk finish in 12th, that's 1-2, 12th place or higher, they will not make it to EWC.
Oh.
If Weibo wins and LGD is 2nd. If Weibo wins this championship and LGD is 2nd, plus Thunder Talk finishes in 13th to 16th,
Welcome to
they will not
post-match
make it.
interview.
But now,
After the
let's head on
second
over
day,
to the interview
we
with
have
once again
invited
first place holders in Weibo.
333 from WBG. Hello.
结果在第2日的比赛依然表现出色，我们以122分的分数稳定在了积分榜的第1名，也奠定了明天的赛点的最终的分数。然后想从时间顺序来问一下2位选手，首先Erangel，昨天的赛后采访的时候你也说了，爆炸猎弓可惜是没有好好的用上。今天的比赛过程当中呢，其实我们是有一些很有效的输出的，比如说对战 APG 的时候用爆炸猎弓打出了有效的伤害，终于用上了自己的本命武器，感受如何？
我相信 APG 已经记住
APG remembers me for that play.
爆炸猎弓也算是实现了一个在世界赛版本的小小的心愿，对不对？然后问一下山治今天的个人表现非常不错，也是2位拿下了22个淘汰，稳在了淘汰榜的第2名。
Are now ranked number 2nd on the elimination rankings with 22 eliminations.
比赛的时候又
So
要去照顾
today you had a lot of things going on. You have to look at if there were people behind you, and if you also needed to focus on dealing the damage. So in the final circle, you were able to do very well, eliminating 2 players and securing the points. How did you feel? Actually, for me, I thought about some of my friends and other veterans who played well in clutch situations, and I thought I could too.
有一点点遗憾是没有拿到最后的胜利，但是第3把我们是快乐
Yes, of
吃鸡了。
course,
我
in
发现
the
微博
second
在
game,
最终的决赛中
unfortunately,
又
you were not
升
able
级了。我们面对 BPR 的
to
时候，
secure the
其实
final
是
win, but you were
4 打
able
2
to
有很大的人数优势的，
claim
但
victory
我
in the
们非
third
常的
game.
稳健，我们是选择先服人
And
啊，对吧？
actually, you all played very careful
为什么在优势这么大的时候
instead
又退
of
了一步，我们
charging
还是稳一手
right
拿
into
最
the
终的胜
battle.
利。
You
两位
always
可以
try
分享
to
一下。
其实已
help
经在
the
浪了，
teammates
只
first.
是我倒了而已。
Actually, we played quite aggressive,
，and
and we said that
又倒了。
we
其实我
would
们4打2
actually
已经很浪了
fight anyone we
但是
see.
主要打的是我，我在那猛喊。
So most of the people were focusing on me, and I was telling my teammates to help. I was yelling help the entire time. Now, from the audience point of view, it looked like you played very smoothly. You went into the circle with a very high success rate. Did you plan out the route or the timing?
就随便进的。
No, actually, we just chose a random time. We just did it, and really luck was on our side.
我只需要小出马。 就
So
可以手拿
really,
把掐，
you
开
only
个
need
玩笑。
to
那其实我们在第
give a
11把
little
的
bit
时候
of
看到
effort
另外
and
一
you
种
can
运营
secure
方
the
式是推
victory.
边马，当时这个圈对我们来说非常
And
难打。我们在圈边是
of
先
course,
后抓 timing 是先碰
in
到
game
了
11,
APG，
you
然后又
met
遇到了这
APG,
个
then
IF，
NF
然后最后是还有这个 CDAL， 我记
and
得。但是
CDAL.
CDAL 那个时候我们的人数已经非常的少了，比较的
In
难以应对
succession
了。
对
然后当
And
时在
actually,
圈边的
you
这一
only
波
had a
推
few
边，
members in your
酣
team.
畅淋漓，你在场上
But
是怎
you
么
fought
指
a
挥的呢？
very good
没有，
fight.
就是
How
我说
did you,
哎，这个地方
as
我
the
觉得他们能
captain,
打，
tell
他们
your
觉得能打那就干了。
direct your team
那干了
members?
就。
Well, actually,
因为
they
我
just said
我现在
that
这个歌里
they
这个
believe
状态
that they
火热
can
就他们想干的
win the
心
fight,
我拉不住
and
的。
we're in a very
直接
good,
干了，
a
感觉
very
谁都打不过。
strong
好猛
play
这个
right now. Right now, we're in a
所以我
very
觉得也
good
是在这
spot.
两
So
天
I
的比赛
think
过后，
as
相
long
信
as
你们
we
明天
believe
是
in
带着
ourselves,
100%
we
的
can
自
win
信
the
去
fights.
面对全新
And
的挑战，也
of
就是我们的
course,
赛
you're
点
ready
制。
to
这
face
次
the
也
new
是
challenge,
波
which
给
is
你
the
包
Smash
括
Point
SCK 第一
system.
次面临世界
Now,
赛版本的
this
赛点制
is
的
the
赛程，
first
对不对？那
time
赛
for
点制带来的
WBG
两
and
个
for Sook
比较
to
大的挑战，一个是
go
确
into
定性
this
嘛，我
new
们要先
system.
拿到赛点之后，
What
然
is-
后再吃一把鸡。会
Well,
不会
with
在
this
场上
new
有一个很
system,
艰
you
难
have
的一
to
个
secure a
心态
victory
如何
after
去做
getting
这
to
部
the
分的
Smash
心理建
Point.
设呢？
有
So
吗？
how do you prepare for this? Do you have any pressure? Do you feel the
队
pressure?
友这么强，怎么
No,
可能
actually,
有
I don't feel the pressure. My team is so
对啊。
strong. We don't have any
我
pressure.
们能相信吗？
We don't need to do anything special. So can we trust in you this time?
来吧，能相信吗，兄弟们？
Well, do you believe in us?
可以相信，当然明天还有非常
Of
激烈
course,
难度系数
tomorrow
很高的一
we
个比赛
have
希望
a
微博能够
very
保持住这两个
exciting
状
game
态
coming on,
一起的
and
尽情地
we
享
hope
受
you
第
will
3日的终局之
keep
战，好不好？
your
好，谢
amazing
谢两位
play
选手。
and
然后接
again
下来呢，我们要进行的
achieve
是第
top
2日
results.
排名第1战队
And
微博
next
战
up,
队的清
We
算
have
时
the
刻
time for reckoning
随
for
着我
the
们第2
top
日比赛的
ranked
结束，
team of the
目前
second
微
day
博战队暂居积
WBG.
分榜的第1位。
Right now,
有请
WBG
微博战队
holds
的
the
所有
top
选手
spot
来
in the
到舞台
standings.
中央，
Let's
他们
invite
将会
all
收
4
下败
members
者
of
的子弹项
WBG
链，
to
接
the
榜赛
stage. They
点，
will
开
collect the
启属于
bullet
他们的清
necklaces
算
from
时
the
刻。
defeated and reveal the Smash Point. The smash point is set. Let the reckoning begin. This time, we will let the world remember us. After 2 days of fierce battles, the standings are clear. Team WBG has secured the smash point at 152. This means the final showdown is imminent. Which team will break through to claim victory? Stay tuned for tomorrow's grand finale. Now, let's hand it back to the commentary desk.
What a fantastic end to day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Hong Kong Invitational. And here we see some of the strongest players, and specifically in Schweppes. With the amount of eliminations, he secured 10 in the final one. With the amount of damage it was today in that last game, man, was absolutely insane. And it's basically just 2 teams. It's Weibo and Vampire who have been demolishing people, specifically towards the end of the day. I mean, Vampire obviously in that last game, Weibo consistently over the course of day 1 and day 2. But now we have the smash rule, Nep. We have 152 points that they have to secure, and then get a chicken dinner afterwards to be able to be crowned champions of the PMHI. That's what everyone is striving for. That is what everyone is working towards.
Huge things coming up. I'm so excited for tomorrow, because today he did everything up, right? Yes, we saw those gaps getting a little bit bigger perhaps, but not big enough. And between the top 5, it's still very close. Anybody could still take it, especially with those smash points coming in. I'm so excited to see what we're looking for when it comes to WBG WBG trying to find those 30 extra points they need to hit 152. That is going to be a task and a half for them. Can somebody else sneak it away from them? We'll have to see. I mean, it all comes down to tomorrow now.
It really does. Now we know the threshold. We know which teams are in the conversation for that number 1 spot, and we saw how one team, if they put their mind to it, they can get a ridiculous amount of eliminations, and one player can end up with 10 elims as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the show today. It has been an absolute pleasure to break down these games. We are going to leave you with these incredible highlights to wrap up day number 2, and make sure to subscribe to the PUBG Mobile Esports channel, because tomorrow we are going live 2 hours earlier as the Smash rule comes into play, and we will have a maximum of 9 matches to be played. Make sure you subscribe, leave us a comment, let us know what you think happened throughout the day. Are you happy with your team's performance? Are you supporting your team? Who is your team? Let us know in the chat. Make sure to let them know how much you're supporting them tomorrow. I hope you all have a wonderful day. See you then.